Okay, so I'm going to go back to sharing my screen here. Okay, here we are. So thank you so much for joining us for day 2 of the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program Trails category. We have a day filled with 10 different presentations for evaluation, and our committee members are here to listen and provide scores for these projects. So first off, we have City of Bellingham. The Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail is kicking off for today. So let me pull up the presentation for you. Okay, so Paul, what I will do, if it works for you, is I will give you remote control.
Okay.
So what you can do is now click on the screen, and you can use your arrow buttons on the, yep, it looks like you're moving it. There might be a slight delay with the slide, so give it a pause as needed.
Okay. I think we're good.
All right. So what we'll do is I will set the timer for 15 minutes. And once I get that all ready to go, you'll be able to get started. So just one moment. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Knipple. I'm the City of Bellingham Parks and Recreation Department Greenways Project Manager, and I'm here this morning to present the Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail Project. Project location. The City of Bellingham is located in Northwest Washington on Bellingham Bay along Interstate 5 in Whatcom County, 20 miles south of the Canadian border and 90 miles north of Seattle. Middle Fork Spring Open Space is located north and east of Interstate 5 within city limits. The project is in the Meridian neighborhood in an area of Bellingham experiencing continued growth and development. Project overview. The project site is adjacent Cordata Park, acquired with RCO acquisition funding and developed in 2 phases, which opened in 2020 and 2024. The proposed trail will connect to this popular park, which contains amenities including trails, pavilions, playground, splash pad, sport courts, restrooms, a pump track, and parkour area. The Middle Fork Spring Open Space property was acquired in 2022 with Greenways levy funds for the purpose of constructing the trail as part of an east-west multimodal trail corridor across North Bellingham. The project will construct 1/4 mile of multi-use trail with crushed limestone surfacing and elevated boardwalk sections through Middle Fork open space. Need, local priorities. The 1/2 mile service area surrounding the proposed trail includes Cordata Park, Juliana Park, and Cordata open space. Juliana Park was developed on property which was acquired with RCO acquisition funds. These maps show the 10-minute walk shed level of service and the lack of access to park facilities in North Bellingham. And this map shows the combined 1/2 mile walk to park or park trail service areas and the lack of access across the growing north side. This project will improve access to parks and trails for areas of residential multifamily zoning and increase access through Cordata Park to commercial centers. The trail will be designed to be accessible in an area with a higher % population with a disability than the state average. The project will provide access to recreational opportunities in a census tract with a lower median household income than the state average. The project is located within Block 1 of the census tract and qualifies for a reduced 10% match based on median household income level. The site is surrounded by public land, multifamily residential, industrial, and commercial uses in an area experiencing growth, with many vacant parcels ripe for development. This slide shows recent and proposed commercial and multifamily development within the half-mile service area. The Meridian and Cordata neighborhoods have a significant share of multifamily housing, making this recreational opportunity important for equitable access for people living with limited outdoor spaces. The residential density of the adjacent neighborhoods is lower than other established neighborhoods in Bellingham. However, the total population in these neighborhoods is high, with more dense multifamily development expected. This project will lower barriers to access to Cordata Park from the east, as well as improving connection to commercial areas along Meridian Street from the west. This exhibit shows routes demonstrating a reduction in walking distance of almost 1/2 mile from the intersection of West Stewart Road and State Highway 539 Meridian Street to Cordata Park trails. The proposed trail provides an alternative to avoid routes with high levels of traffic stress and areas lacking contiguous sidewalks. This map shows the increased level of service benefit of the project. The larger 1 mile area includes over 5,800 people. Additionally, the project connects to Cordata Park, which is a destination for visitors with over 244,000 visits in 2025. The park's recreation and open space plan identifies the Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail as a recommended trail facility. And the pros plan includes project prioritization data showing this is a highly ranked trail project. Funding for design and construction are included in the Parks and Recreation Department capital plan. Project scope. The site is currently maintained as open space with rolling topography and a mix of native and non-native vegetation. The site contains the headwaters of Middle Fork Spring Creek, several wetlands, and a raptor nest, which may be a bald eagle nest. The project will construct a trail through the site to improve public access to open space, Cordata Park trails and amenities, and serve as a section of a broader trail corridor across North Bellingham. The multi-use trail will provide recreational and transportation opportunities for hikers, bikers, and pedestrians. It will consist of 8-foot wide crushed limestone and 10-foot wide elevated boardwalk segments. A rock retaining wall will be used to manage a portion of trail uphill slope. Improvements in the West Stewart Road right-of-way include gravel trail and curb, gutter, and sidewalk connection. 3 benches are located along the boardwalk, and the project includes interpretive and wayfinding signage, a pet waste station, and compensatory on-site mitigation for unavoidable buffer impacts and indirect wetland impacts from boardwalk shading. Trees will be replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio, will be placed within wetland buffer areas, and will provide screening between the trail and raptor nest. Project Fit Design. To address the discovery of the raptor nest, an alignment change occurred at 60% design to maintain at least 100 feet of distance from the nest tree. The trail is designed using WSDOT and AASHTO standards. The limestone surfacing creates a firm, stable trail tread. Middle Fork Spring open space contains multiple wetlands, and the reduced trail tread width of 8 feet with 1-foot shoulders is proposed to accommodate trail traffic while reducing impacts to critical areas. Elevated boardwalks reaching up to 13 feet high will be utilized to reduce impacts to critical areas, cross wetlands, manage site topography, and keep trail running grade below 5%. Boardwalks will be 10 feet wide and will utilize ADA compliant grading and City of Bellingham Park standard guardrail. Diamond pier pin pile footings will be used for boardwalks to minimize impacts to critical areas. Project design budget. The project total of $2,340,000 is based on the draft 100% design estimate. Land disturbance, building, right-of-way, and eco disturbance permitting are planned for 2026 and 2027, and construction is currently planned for September 2028. Project engagement methods. The City of Bellingham Greenways Levy 5 was approved in 2023 for an additional 10 years of funding for trails, parks, and open space. All projects using Greenway levy funds have been defined through the voter-approved levy initiatives and approved by City Council. The Greenways Advisory Committee is comprised of Bellingham residents appointed by the mayor and approved by City Council to advise Parks Department staff and City Council on expenditure of Greenways funds. The 2022 to 2026 Greenways Strategic Plan was approved by City Council and identifies priorities for North Bellingham to address the need for parks, open space, and trails to serve significant new housing, commercial, and industrial development. The mapped priorities include developing connections between existing and planned park facilities. The Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail provides a link in the identified east-west connection linking park facilities across North Bellingham. Greenway Advisory Committee conducts trail planning for proposed trail facilities identified in the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, which informs acquisition and capital project development and ensures trails are built concurrently with private development. Project engagement community. This trail is included in the 2026 Park, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. Engagement for the plan update included open houses, a community survey, focus groups, and outreach to infrequent or non-users and underrepresented groups, online community review and comment, and adoption by City Council. A community survey during engagement for the 2026 PROS Plan update found people in North Bellingham identified difficulty in getting to parks, trails, and open spaces by bicycling or walking. Middle Fork Spring Open Space Trail is a crucial connection in the Bear Creek to Queen Mountain Trail corridor, which is also included in the 2026 PROS Plan update. Project engagement partnerships. Support for the project includes letters of support from the King Mountain and Cordata Neighborhood Associations and Recreation Northwest Trail Coalition. Sustainability. This project will minimize impacts by constructing boardwalks with pin pile foundations and limiting the area of work and clearing, manages on-site stormwater from hard surfaces through sheet flow dispersion, provides a buffer to climate impacts by providing a treed, shaded trail experience for respite during warm summer weather, includes tree and mitigation planting to support wetlands and buffers, provides multimodal active transportation alternatives to Cordata Park from the east, avoiding roads with high levels of traffic stress, and provides access to Cordata Community Park amenities with opportunities for physical activity and social and cultural connections. The project will utilize a local source of limestone for crushed gravel trail surface, disperses stormwater on site and increases tree canopy, reduces maintenance by utilizing limestone trails which mitigate root and frost heave, reduces maintenance and extends facility lifespan by utilizing weathering steel substructure for boardwalks and recycled plastic lumber for benches. Trail corridors have a demonstrated economic benefit to surrounding businesses and communities, and this trail will connect people to commercial centers and transit. Enhancement of wildlife habitat. City of Bellingham Parks and Recreation hosts stewardship opportunities and volunteer work parties to remove invasive vegetation and improve habitat. And we believe this site will be a good candidate for additional work. Linkage between trails. The trail will consist of 1.67 miles. The trail will connect to 1.67 miles of trails and paths within Cordata Community Park. An additional 1.5 miles of trail within Juliana Park and Cordata Open Space may be reached by traveling 0.6 miles by sidewalk. Crosswalks provide safe crossings at roundabouts. The trail will serve as part of the proposed Bear Creek to Queen Mountain Trail corridor, which will include over 3 miles of trails and 0.64 miles of sidewalk connections across North Bellingham. Linkage between communities. The trail will provide a connection between multifamily residential, commercial, and industrial zoning in the Cordata, Meridian, and King Mountain neighborhoods. The trail connects to sidewalks along West Stewart Road and a controlled crossing at the intersection of State Route 539, Meridian Street. The planned Bear Creek to Queen Mountain corridor will connect park facilities across neighborhoods and will extend outside city limits into rural Whatcom County. Water access or views. The trail utilizes boardwalks to cross wetlands, including the headwaters of Middle Fork Spring Creek. Views of emergent wetlands are visible from the trail. Scenic value. The project will provide access to open space with views of wetlands and terrestrial views of rolling landscape, including native and non-native vegetation. The site provides a visual contrast to the open nature of Cordata Park. Birdwatching is a popular activity in the area and will be enhanced with the transition from open fields to trails within the treed site. Cost efficiencies. The estimate is based on draft 100% design documents informed by experience building trails and boardwalks. This project is funded by the City of Bellingham Greenways levy, and the project budget will provide contingency to ensure project success. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you so much, Paul. Are there any questions from the team? People are just taking in the presentation. Today they'll be entering their scores. And it's okay if there are no questions. We just give a little time for people to think if they do. Okay. I don't see any hands. So thank you so much, Paul, for your presentation today. Rachel, your grants manager, will be in touch as we have more information on the ranked list results and the next steps for your application. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, team, just take a few more moments to score this project, and I'm going to pull up the next one for today. So next up, we do have Seattle Parks and Recreation Department. It's the Arboretum Waterfront Trail Phase 2. And I think we have Mo presenting today. Mo, are you here? I see you you're here, but I don't hear you quite yet. We'll give Mo a couple minutes. And I know Nathan is online too, so maybe one of you can jump on. I'm pulling up the PowerPoint now.
Hello.
Well, hi, Mo. I see you and I hear you, so that's good. Maybe you don't hear me yet.
I can hear you now.
Good.
Hi, Allison. How are you?
Good. How are you, Mo?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Okay, so I think it's about time for you to get started. We'll just make sure you're all set up on your end. So let me give you control so you can click through your slides.
Okay.
So please click on the screen and then you can use your keyboard arrow buttons. It should work to advance the slides. It just might have a bit of a lag. Yep, there it goes.
Oops. Let me go back to the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now.
There, it worked.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes,
Wow.
yeah.
It really is a lag, isn't it?
There is a bit of a lag. So just click once and wait a moment. So Mo, I'm going to set the timer for 15 minutes. And so whenever you are ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Great. Well, my name is Moshe Hecht. I'm the grant manager for Seattle Parks and Recreation. I am presenting the Arboretum Waterfront Trail Phase 2 project. And it's not, oh, there it goes. Washington Park Arboretum, known simply as the Arboretum, is located in Seattle, Washington, in Union Bay between Montlake Cut and Lake Washington. The Arboretum is approximately 350 acres with about 100 acres of wetlands. As you will see, the trail connects multiple local, regional, and state trails totaling over 20 miles. The project for which we are seeking grant funding is to replace 2 overwater trail sections that are beyond their useful lives. And I'm sorry, this just is not, the slide advancing is not working very well. Are you able to click that for me, Allison?
Yeah, I can advance your slides for you if you prefer.
Great. So could you go to slide 4 real quick? It's just not, yeah, it's just not moving.
Okay.
Okay. That was my last document. Okay, let's go to slide 5. Thank you. A phase 3 for the project is already being explored, but not included in this application. This phase will focus on elevating sections of the trail that become muddy in the wet season. Next slide. The Arboretum has a comprehensive trail network and many amenities as seen here. Next slide. Within the service area, there are many other parks, but none with the immersive trail network that exists in the Arboretum, and no other wetlands to speak of. Next slide, please. The trail network was originally built in 1972 with the support of the Recreation Conservation Office. The top photo on the left is a photo I took of the trailhead just a couple of months ago. The 2 footbridges are failing and portions of the abutments are sinking. Next slide, please. These 2 footbridges connect Montlake Park to the city's largest wetland. The park is regularly used by students like the ones seen here to University of Washington students doing research in the wetlands. It is heavily used by local hikers for scenic views, bird watching, and more. Based on a professional estimate, the existing floating trail and footbridges are in critical condition and are at risk of complete failure. If we do nothing, access to this treasured resource will disappear. The creosote contaminated piles will continue to rot and leach contaminants into habitat for migrating salmon. If we do not replace these 2 floating footpaths and bridges, this local treasured trail and resource for environmental learning will be lost, cutting off access to the thousands of visitors each year. Next slide, please. Currently, the trail is heavily used by hikers, naturalists, recreational fishermen, and people seeking respite from city life. Its gentle access to miles of trail provides an immersive and restorative experience. The public wants year-round access. With phase 1 currently underway, this phase of the project, phase 2, is the critical next step. And we are already exploring design options for phase 3, which will elevate portions of the upland trail to get hikers out of the mud during the wet season. Next slide, please. According to data, when we were first planning this project, there were over 24,000 monthly visits demonstrating the need and community support for this treasured trail. Next slide, please. This project can be found in multiple planning documents, including the Washington Park Arboretum Master Plan, Overwater Structures Assessment, the Metropolitan Park District Cycle 2, and the 520 Replacement and Mitigation Plan. As you will see, we also performed extensive community outreach and received overwhelming support. Next slide, please. The project scope includes removing old creosote-contaminated piles and failing sections of the trail. These will be replaced with new concrete floats and resin-coated steel piles. These will provide continued access to the extensive trail network on both sides of the project. Next slide, please. Recreation opportunities include miles of walking trails, bird watching, exercising, running, socializing, fishing, and hiking. Next slide, please. Other opportunities include relaxing, meditating, enjoying nature, and kayaking. Next slide, please. The trail will be a low barrier accessible trail. There is ample parking on either end of the trail, numerous hand launch sites along the way, and includes mitigation for underwater ground disturbing activities, such as installing the new piles. Without these 2 footbridges, we would lose connectivity between Washington Park Arboretum and Montlake Park. Next slide, please. This is not simply a replacement. It is a thoughtful upgrade with new accessibility improvements, removal of the creosote contaminated piles, and built to allow passage by small non-motorized boats. The design is modular, allowing us to reuse any section of the trail that are still in great condition without compromising on the longevity of the improvements. We are currently at 60% design. We have completed Section 106 and secured the required Army Corps permit. This project will be construction ready as soon as funding is made available. Next slide, please. We are quite confident in our cost estimate. We are currently replacing a similar section of the trail, Phase 1, also supported by the Recreation Conservation Office. We have approved a bid from Redside Construction for that project, and we have professional cost estimates from Autosakai and have been working with the design team at KPFF. All of these have informed our current estimate. Next slide, please. We have done extensive outreach for the project, both site-specific outreach and larger department-wide outreach. We have been working with local partners like the University of Washington, residents, and tribal outreach. Outreach consisted of public meetings, surveys, conversations, and thousands of mailers. Next slide, please. In total, we had over 2,500 responses to our survey, the vast majority of which use the trail on a regular basis. We have sought feedback on the project, both from the tribes and the RIA-A. This project has very strong support from neighbors to institutions. Next slide, please. People love this trail with its unprecedented wildlife, views, immersive experience. The trail is complex with overwater structures and long sections that travel through wetlands. Based on public feedback, we have structured the project into 3 manageable phases. Phase 1, Foster Island Overwater Trail, is currently in construction. Phase 2, connecting footbridges and pathways. This is the project for which we are seeking grant funding today. And Phase 3, elevating sections of the upland portions of trail, making it dry and accessible year-round. Next slide, please. Washington Park Arboretum is managed in partnership with the Arboretum Foundation and the UW Botanic Gardens, now Seattle Botanic Gardens. We have even worked with friends of groups like the Friends of Arboretum Creek and the Seattle Parks Foundation to preserve and protect this park. We've had dozens of conversations with these groups about the project and the many others throughout the park. Next slide, please. Part of our mission at Seattle Parks and Recreation is to create and nurture a thriving environment. We seek your funding today to provide us the necessary funding to remove the creosote-contaminated piles and failing float sections that, if left ignored, will significantly degrade the immediate underwater ecosystem. These are elements we do not currently have sufficient funding for. Next slide, please. The project site is easy to get to by many modes of transit, including bus, light rail, car, and even walking. It connects to many heavily used local, regional, and state trails. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, Reed Middleton performed an overwater structures assessment of this project. In their assessment, they identified several key fixes that would extend the useful life 5 to 10 years. With your investment, we can rebuild the trail, extending the useful life for another 50 years. That is a true cost savings. Next slide, please. Here you can see some of the deficiencies they identified. If left ignored, sections of the trail will fail and sink. Others will continue to corrode and leach heavy metals, and the piles will continue to leach creosote and other chemicals into habitat for migrating salmon. Our plan is to prevent critical failure and remove toxic elements. We have a mitigation plan in place for the new piles, all of which will help protect the upland and in-water habitat. Next slide, please. The Arboretum Waterfront Trail sits at the crux between many trails, including the Burke-Gilman, Arboretum Loop Trail, Montlake Cut Trails, and the 520 footpath. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, improvements to this trail are identified in multiple planning efforts, both park-specific and larger plans like Seattle's Legacy Plan and our Trail Master Plan. Next slide, please. It is even identified in the 520 bridge replacement and the HOV program and ties this complex local, regional, and state network together. Next slide, please. Here you can see the different neighborhoods that it connects to: Montlake, University District, Kirkland, and the many communities along the Burke-Gilman Trail. Next slide, please. It connects to the University of Washington stadiums. Next slide. The University of Washington Hospital. Next slide. Suzzallo and Allen Libraries. Next slide. Montlake Library. Next slide, please. And the Montlake Community Center. Note that the Bill Dawson Trail is currently temporarily closed due to 520 renovations. Next slide, please. Within minutes, you have left the city and are immersed in the wetlands with stunning views less than 10 minutes into your walk. The trail connects to multiple sites for swimming and hand-launching boats with the first water access right at the head of the trail. This is an extremely popular site for non-motorized boating because of the amazing habitat and views. Next slide, please. The trail has both cozy wetlands and stunning views of the water. Next slide, please. The scenic views are to die for. Next slide, please. Just wow. Next slide, please. The Arboretum is not a conglomeration of different park elements, but a living, thriving ecosystem. To help preserve habitat for migrating salmon, birds, and other native species, here you can see a group of volunteers and professionals working together to preserve Arboretum Creek, which spills out just east of the project site. Though not directly tied to the project, both riparian and marsh habitats on the island would significantly degrade without the efforts of groups like Friends of Arboretum Creek and the Seattle Botanic Gardens. These groups regularly secure external funding and provide thousands of hours of volunteer time to maintain this regional treasure. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Mo. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Chris.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Mo. Lots of good information in there. You had a slide, a picture, I think it was on the project scope or design fit. There was a picture of a kayaker going under. Is that something new through this design? And did you engage with any of the watercraft community when designing this project?
I don't know if we've engaged specifically with kayakers, right? I mean, we've done a huge community outreach. One of the things that we've been really mindful of is that if we were to have the entire trail network that goes out there to be on grade, and on grade with the water, I mean, not the land.
Sure.
You actually wouldn't be able to kayak from Union Bay or Lake Washington or the University of Washington into the wetlands where you saw sort of those stunning views near the end of the slide presentation. So this is really what this access does is it prevents motorized boaters to go in there to, damage the wildlife, but still allows, hand launching and, hand boats to, have that access. So I think it's a 4-foot separation between the water level and the bottom of that bridge there. I don't know if it's. Go ahead.
And that's different from what's there now, right? This is kind of a new.
I think one of the sections has a bridge like this. I think what might be different, there's a couple of things that are different. I think both sections now have this, and I don't recall us having the ADA accessibility built into it in the same way either, right? So having the landing there both at the top and then making sure that our slope on either side doesn't exceed ADA requirements.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris. Elizabeth?
So I have 2 quick questions, or I think easy. With the cost efficiencies, you talked about the Friends of Arboretum and the work that they do there, but I'm guessing this is a complex project, this particular phase, and they're really not involved with this aspect.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, from a strictly project perspective, this is a Seattle Parks and Recreation project, and
Okay.
I think the point that I was trying to make is that this whole park requires a community to make it happen, right?
Sure. And then at one slide, you just offhandedly mentioned a salmon window, and I don't see anything about that anywhere, and it just kind of
Oh,
caught my attention. So I'm like, where's the salmon window? And why is it?
we for construction, yeah, we're very careful to do our construction within the salmon windows.
Oh, you mean windows as in timeline?
Is in timeline. That's
Thank
exactly
you.
right.
I thought you
Yeah.
had viewing windows, and I wanted to see
No,
where
no,
the
no.
viewing windows were. So,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. It's a timeline
Okay.
thing. That's right.
I'm with you. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else from the team? Nope. I always forget to turn off the timer. You were a little ahead of schedule, and that's okay. Okay. So thanks so much, Mo. Thank you for your time today. And Haley will be in touch with you as we have the ranked list information and next steps for you in coming weeks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for advancing the slides for me, Allison.
Oh, of course. No problem.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
Okay, so people can take some time to enter their scores. Next up, we do have state parks with the Columbia Plateau Trail Phase 1B development. I'm not sure if Paul is online quite yet, so we'll give him a few minutes. Hi, Paul. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear
Good
me
morning.
okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Sweet.
So we're running just a little bit ahead of schedule, so thanks for jumping on a few minutes early.
Of course.
I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint, make sure we're all set up. Okay, and do you want to click the slides yourself, or would you like me to advance them for you?
I'll advance them.
Okay, I'll give you controls. So just make sure you click on the screen, and then you can use the arrows on your keyboard if you'd like. Looks like it's working.
Yeah, heading back to the beginning. There we go.
Yep, there you are. We see the main slides. That's good. Okay, so I'm going to set the timer for 15 minutes. And so whenever you are ready, Paul, you can go ahead and get started.
Okay. Well, thanks, Allison. And good morning, everybody. I'm Paul Knowles. I'm the Trails Program Manager for Washington State Parks. And we're here to present our Columbia Plateau State Park Trail Phase 1B development project. This project, represented by the yellow star, is located in Spokane County. Focusing in on Spokane County, you see the regional trail system shown in yellow and our project site located 16 miles southwest of Spokane. The project area outlined in blue addresses a 5-mile section of trail beginning with and including the Cheney Trailhead and heading southwest through Turnbull National Wildlife Refuge. The Columbia Plateau Trail is a 130-mile rail-banked trail completely owned by Washington State Parks that connects Spokane to Pasco through Spokane, Lincoln, Whitman, Adams, and Franklin counties. The trail boasts the longest contiguous public ownership of any rail trail in Washington State, of which only a small fraction of its miles are considered developed, much of it looking like this photo south of our project site. If awarded, our $2.5 million grant request will help achieve our goals for the trail, expand visitation, engage a broad demographic, and create long-term partnerships with Turnbull National Wildlife Refuge and other parties to help support those first two goals. This project and the Columbia Plateau Trail is connected to and part of a larger regional trail system, which includes the Fish Lake Trail, the Spokane River and North Idaho Centennial Trails, and the Children of the Sun Trail. There is but one gap in that system that the City of Spokane and state parks are actively working together to resolve that will physically connect the Fish Lake and Columbia Plateau Trails in the near future. To get a better sense of whether existing conditions are affecting use, we placed traffic counters at 3 locations along the trail in 2025 and 2026. Cheney northbound, kind of at the upper end of the slide, is on an asphalt portion of trail. Cheney southbound, 200 yards south of that location on unimproved surfacing, and Amber Lake northbound located 12 miles south of the Cheney trailhead on unimproved trail. The results are pretty stark. Cheney northbound received 70% of the total trail use, while Cheney southbound received approximately 1/3 the northbound use. Given the southbound is arguably more scenic, we would anticipate that this project, if completed, would at the very least bring southbound use in line with northbound. It's not just the counter data that indicates that the unimproved surfacing is a problem. Our stakeholder interviews and online survey respondents consistently point out surfacing is the #1 reason they avoid this section. It's why the refuge and state parks staff don't program tours on it, and it's why cyclists generally avoid it. We have enough evidence to demonstrate that if we improve this trail as proposed, it will generate significantly more use than it does now. This project was identified as a high priority within the Columbia Plateau Trail Master Plan due to the potential of this section to kickstart greater improvements along the 130-mile trail. While this trail corridor bisects Turnbull National Wildlife Refuge, it's not used by the refuge to provide programming or engage the community. Refuge staff, including Refuge Ranger Josh, pictured on the left, expressed to us the potential of the trail to have a much greater purpose and impact, and included a separately conceived concept to improve the trail in the refuge's Visitor Services Action Plan. This project has been specifically identified through separate public engagement and planning efforts over the years, including the City of Cheney's Comprehensive Plan, Spokane County Regional Trail Plan, and most recently in the Spokane Metropolitan Transportation Plan. And lastly, the project and trail has statewide significance as a component of a future cross-state trail. This concept dates back to at least 1979 formally and was reaffirmed in the 2019 Recreational Assets of Statewide Significance report completed by RCO. So project scope. At a high level, the project scope has 4 major components: surfacing improvements, Cheney Trailhead renovation, a bird-blind interpretive site at Cheney Plaza Wetland, and an elevated observation deck overlooking the Long Lake Wetland Complex. Collectively, these are intended to foster broader interest, connection, and engagement with the trail and the refuge as a whole. Since 1995, the trail has laid in a largely unimproved state with loose aggregate as shown here. This project will fund surfacing improvements, including 1.5 miles of asphalt and another 3.5 miles of crushed compacted aggregate to improve user experience and increase visitation. At 30 years old, the Cheney Trailhead has an extremely deep parking lot leading to public safety concerns and a larger footprint than needed to operate. Shown here are current conditions of the lot exhibiting end-of-life asphalt. Note the amount of crack sealing used to extend the surface life of this parking lot. This project will shrink the trailhead footprint, eliminate the need for City of Cheney property, renovate the asphalt, and remove ADA barriers, among other improvements. Several existing interpretive panels are currently at the Cheney Plaza site. Both state parks and the refuge's interpretive rangers view these as outdated, inadequate, and generally not engaging. This project will replace those panels at that site with an engaging bird-blind interpretive site that is supported with a shade structure, seating, and other features. You can't see much due to the distance from the lake and relatively flat terrain from the Long Lake interpretive site shown here. This project will replace those panels with a supported interpretive experience, including shade, relocated restrooms, seating, and an elevated observation deck to provide for improved wildlife viewing opportunities. Last but not least, refreshed wayfinding signage will replace the sun-baked signage shown on the right. Stakeholder interviews and public survey respondents identified surfacing as a significant barrier to use. The 1.5 miles of asphalt surfacing from Cheney Trailhead to the Cheney Plaza site will expand visitation and expedite visitors to the refuge boundary, where the bird-blind feature will provide an easy, family-friendly destination. This section will also connect to the 4-mile paved northbound section. From there, the next 3.5 miles will be improved with new base and crushed limestone top course similar to what's shown here, which will be visually compatible with the refuge and provide an accessible surfacing that can hold up to the arid and windy plateau better than crushed basalt with fines. The Cheney Trailhead design seeks to create a gateway to the Columbia Plateau Trail. We will be reducing the footprint significantly and pulling the parking closer to Cheney Spangle Road to line better with use, reduce negative activity, and be more operationally sustainable. The trailhead will also receive a new monument-type sign typical of state parks entrances and pollinator refuge landscaping thanks to a partnership with Eastern Washington University. At the Long Lake site, the accessible elevated observation deck will serve as a magnet to pull visitors deeper into the refuge to a location that will provide for expansive views of the largest of the permanent ponds along this section of trail, creating a perfect location to wildlife watch and a worthy destination for visitors. The design has also been informed by refuge staff. Essential to addressing stakeholder and public feedback, identifying lack of shade as a barrier to use in the summer, we are including shade structures along the trail that provide protection from the sun and wind. The bulk of the budget will be focused on 3 core elements: surfacing improvements, Cheney Trailhead renovation, and collectively the interpretive sites. These costs are rough order of magnitude costs that include escalation, contingency, and sales tax. We anticipate completing this project within the typical 2-year window provided by the RCO grant agreement, given our very recent experience with similar projects and design development that has already been completed. We had numerous stakeholder interviews to help scope the project and inform the design. We also sent out an online survey with a link to the 60% design document to determine if we were heading in the right direction. 183 folks responded. State Parks also worked with local media to get the word out regarding the project and the survey. We worked with many stakeholders, including Inland Northwest Adaptive Initiative's Robin Redmond, shown here, to shape the scope of the project. Accessibility through surfacing improvements and other features was consistently identified as a high priority among stakeholders. In addition, rest stops with shade were also identified as essential. Missoula, which has a climate similar to Spokane's, is including shade structures along all of their shared use pathways, as pictured here. We pushed out an online survey with a link to the full 60% design development report. Overall, respondents liked the proposed improvements, with 80% saying we either nailed it or mostly got it right. Where the project was graded a C- or F, it was primarily due to surfacing preferences of cyclists or scope elements outside of our control. We also asked which of the components we should prioritize. No surprise that surfacing improvements was by far the most favored. Shade structures and Cheney trailhead improvements followed. We also had a number of respondents provide thoughtful feedback regarding the project. While this is admittedly too much text for a slide, I wanted to include them here because they're representative of the general excitement for the proposed improvements and also affirm surfacing as a barrier to greater use on the trail. Established in 1937, the 23,000-acre Turnbull National Wildlife Refuge creates an incredible partnership opportunity for us. While much of the refuge is closed to public access, the Columbia Plateau Trail provides a unique opportunity to engage visitors with the refuge's mission and the critical habitat it preserves. As such, the refuge is a significant partner in this project, and this section will truly benefit from their long-term engagement with it, providing programming and ultimately connecting their headquarters to the trail as part of their own future vision. Eastern Washington University has also been involved throughout this project and has stepped up to pledge support and potentially a long-term partnership regarding the Pollinator Refuge and just general support for the Cheney Trailhead. The Pollinator Refuge, with design being informed by the university's biology program, will support up to 27 native bee species that visit or reside in and around the refuge. And this project encourages multimodal transportation with a bus stop 5 minutes bike ride from the Cheney Trailhead. Providing shade and rest stops supporting expanded interpretive sites will help mitigate hotter days, encouraging greater use and programming. And we intend to use crushed limestone surfacing from a Stevens County quarry because it's operationally more sustainable. Limestone has chemical properties that allow the trail material to chemically bind to itself, which is critical in the arid and windy plateau where we often see valuable fines blow out of the surfacing mix over time, leaving an unconsolidated slush. We have 3 major habitat enhancement components: the Pollinator Refuge mentioned previously, habitat enhancement at the Long Lake site, and removal of up to 6 miles of barbed wire fencing along the trail to improve wildlife movement. Led by refuge staff, the Long Lake site's habitat will be enhanced, including planting native woody species and potentially wetland work to provide a more complex, climate-resilient habitat that will also support wildlife viewing at the proposed observation deck. This is the only trail that connects Spokane County's regional trail system with the state's broader trail system, serving as a vital trail linkage between Fish Lake Trail and the Palouse to Cascades Trail. And this project will effectively connect the Spokane County residents to the trail and the refuge through enhanced programming opportunities it will provide, and the various folks ready to provide them, including refuge interpretive staff and volunteers. This project provides water access in the form of views of 4 year-round and many more seasonal wetlands, including the Cheney Plaza interpretive site shown here. The refuge is home to 141 bird species, such as the white pelican shown here, as well as moose and Rocky Mountain elk, and many other species that can all be viewed from the trail. All these photos were taken at Turnbull Refuge. Seasonally, the refuge provides a significant wildflower show in the spring, as shown here with camas in the foreground. And in the fall, the refuge lights up with aspen. This project includes a committed 6% match in the form of several non-governmental donations of volunteer labor and cash, as well as governmental donations of labor from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Eastern Washington University, and Washington State Parks. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Chris.
Hi, Paul. Back on your project scope slides, you had referenced that the current parking area off Cheney Spangle Road is deep. And I just wondered if you could elaborate a bit on that, because I wasn't sure what deep meant in that sense. Is it that it's below grade, or is it that it's far in from the Cheney Spangle Road that parking begins? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, the second. So it's the depth of the parking lot from Cheney Spangle Road. So when we were going through our stakeholder interview process, we talked with the city of Cheney, of which Cheney PD was part of that conversation. And they noted that there tends to be a lot of negative activity that they encounter kind of lurking in the back end of that lot because of the depth. In addition, our own rangers confirmed that as well. So there's an opportunity here to essentially make that parking lot more shallow and pull it closer to the road, potentially clear some of that vegetation between the road and the parking lot to a point to where there's good visibility from that public road. And anyways, just kind of make that parking lot more visible and make it less inviting for folks to drive into the back end of that lot and kind of camp out and do whatever they're doing back there.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions? Giving everyone a moment. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Paul. We appreciate your time this morning. And Russell will be in touch with you when we have the results that we're able to share and about next steps for this project.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Allison, and thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Yep.
Okay, that brings us to our first break for the day. And so if everyone could come back at 10:20, I'm going to adjust the time a little bit just since we're running ahead, and we're checking with our next presenters to see if they can arrive just a few minutes early. So please be back at 10:20, and we'll see you then. Hi, everyone. I hope you had a good break. It is 10:20, and like I said earlier, we're just running a little bit ahead of schedule, but I do think our next presenters were able to log on a bit early. So if you're back to your seat, you could just turn on your camera or give me the thumbs up so I know everyone is back. Thank you. Okay, I'm seeing all the thumbs up. Okay, and I think, do we have Dave here? David? Okay, I see you turned on your camera, microphone. If you just want to say a
Yeah, let
few
me do a
words,
test. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. That's
Very
perfect.
good.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up your presentation. Okay, so would you want to click through the slides yourself, or do you want me to do that for you? I can give you controls, or I can click through if you'd like.
I'd like you to click through, please.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. Okay, so I'm going to set the timer for 15 minutes, and you can get started whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, I'm Dave Klipp with the Peninsula Metropolitan Park District, or PenMet Parks. PenMet Parks manages over 660 acres of parkland property. This project, connecting parks through trails, will expand PenMet Parks' trail system by constructing 3 new trail connections, linking more than 12 miles of trails and 320 acres of parkland and open space. Next slide. The project is in Pierce County on the Gig Harbor Peninsula. It is south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. The red dots show the locations of the 4 parks on a regional map. Next slide. PenMet Park service area is shown as the dark green area on the map at right. The park district encompasses 54.3 square miles of the Gig Harbor Peninsula. Our population in the service area is 40,000. Our reach, though, expands into Kitsap County and across Pierce County to include over 440,000 people based on a feasibility study and a market analysis completed in 2020. The parks to be connected lie in the west central portion of the district service area. Next slide. This map shows an inventory of parks and recreation facilities across the district. 4 parks in our service area, Zamel Homestead Park, McCormick Forest Park, Rotary Bark Park, and a potential acquisition of a 39-acre trail property, have hiking trails, forests, and open space as a primary feature. Our community told us that trails are very important to them. Implementation Goal 3 of our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space PROS plan is responsive to that priority by promoting trail creation. Next slide. Meeting the needs of the PenMet Parks community as identified in our PROS plan is a high priority. The PROS plan identified walking and hiking trails as the #1 desired feature by respondents to surveys. This project was created to increase access to our premier walking and hiking trails. Next slide. The 4 parks are now disconnected from each other. This presents an opportunity to address the needs identified in the PROS plan for a connected trail system. Zamel Homestead Park, for example, is isolated from the other 3 parks. While it has a good trail network, it could be amazing if connected to the trail systems of the other 3 parks. 4 connected parks make for an extraordinary trail system. Next slide. To the east of Zamel, McCormick Forest Park, Rotary Bark Park, and the trail property are close to one another. However, next slide. McCormick Forest Park is separated from Rotary Bark Park by Busich Road. This 2-lane arterial collector road can get busy with vehicle traffic. There are no crosswalks or traffic light intersections in the vicinity of the parks. Park visitors often cross this road on foot to move between the parks. There's a clear safety need for users who regularly cross the roadway to access these parks and their trails. The disconnections between the parks limit access to an individual park's trail network. This project will connect McCormick and Rotary Bark Park by creating a safe road crossing. Next slide. The project scope connects the following 4 parks with trails. 98-acre Zamel Homestead Park, which includes a conservancy area with 76 acres of forest, meadow, a naturalistic pond, wetlands, and 4 miles of hiking trails. The 110-acre McCormick Forest Park with 50 acres of old-growth Douglas fir and 4 miles of hiking and equestrian trails. The 75-acre Rotary Bark Park with a 15-acre off-leash area for dogs and 3 miles of hiking and equestrian trails. And the 39-acre potential trail property acquisition with access to undeveloped, high-quality wildlife habitat, including mature forest, streams, and wetlands. 3 trail connectors are being proposed. A connection that links Rotary Bark Park to Zamel Homestead Park using a trail easement reserved for this purpose. It will integrate Zamel into the broader trail system and provide new non-motorized access to Zamel. A dedicated pedestrian crossing on Busich Road will create a safer direct route between McCormick Forest Park and Rotary Bark Park. And a third connection will extend Rotary Bark Park trails into new park trails on a property now being acquired with RCO, WWRP, and Pierce County Conservation Futures funding. In all, the project will build 1,760 feet of new soft surface trail to connect 12 miles of hiking trails. The recreation opportunities that will be provided include safer access to an expanded trail network for walking, hiking, running, non-motorized bicycling, and horseback riding. Next slide. This map shows the trail connection points. The trail easement between points A and B is generally level, 1,500 feet long, and varies in width between 12 feet and 15 feet. The pedestrian crossing at connection C will feature a rectangular rapid flashing beacon meant to stop traffic when the beacon is activated by pedestrians at the crosswalk. Connection D provides 250 feet of new trail to connect Rotary Bark Park with the new trail property. Next slide. Now for a closer look at the trail connections. The diagram shows a cross-section of the developed trail easement between Zamel Homestead Park and Rotary Bark Park, looking east. A privacy fence will be installed in key locations on the south side of the easement to screen the trail from nearby homes. Plantings will complement and enhance the natural setting of the trail. Most residences on private property north of the trail are sufficiently far away that tall vegetation plantings will provide appropriate screening. Screening fencing will be installed where residences are close. Equestrian activity is currently limited to Rotary Bark Park and McCormick Forest Park. A project now underway will seek additional public input on trail use. Next slide. Here is an illustration of a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at a trail crossing a road. The site plan shows advanced pedestrian signages, advanced yield lines, and ADA-compliant truncated domes to warn visually impaired pedestrians. Next slide. The map at the upper left shows a conceptual trail in the 39-acre trail property. At lower left is a closer view of the trail connector D from Rotary Bark Park to the trail property. And the photo shows an undeveloped trail in the trail property that adjoins Rotary Bark Park. Next slide. This slide shows a project relationship diagram. The 3 trail connections as previously described for this project, and at the northwestern boundary of McCormick Forest Park, Project 261755 will acquire 2 land parcels that will be developed into a trailhead and parking lot with equestrian parking. Public safety will improve not only by creating a safe pedestrian crossing, but by also moving vehicles that now park on the Busich right-of-way and onto a dedicated off-street parking facility. Together, these projects will connect over 320 acres of parkland and open space. Next slide. Here's the project budget. The total estimated cost of the project, including development, is $1,864,000. The cost estimate was prepared by our architect and engineering consulting team. Next slide. Project funding comes from the WWRP grant that would provide a 50% contribution or $932,000. PenMed Parks will provide $932,000 as the 50% sponsor contribution. The timeline for the project is shown. We anticipate the grant agreement being signed in June of 2027. From October 27 until September 28, we would do design, outreach, and permitting. From October 28 to December 28, we would advertise and award a construction contract, with the construction occurring between March and August 2029, with the new trail connections being open in the fall of 2029. If possible, one or more individual trail connections may be completed and open sooner if construction phasing allows. Next slide. PenMed Parks has conducted extensive outreach to listen and learn about our community priorities for parks and recreation services. Feedback is reflected in the district's 5-year strategic plan and in the comprehensive 6-year PROS plan. Both plans were finalized and adopted in 2023. Through these processes, we learned that one visits a park to be close to nature, for personal fitness, and to spend time with friends and family. We learned that walking and hiking trails, access to water and water-based recreation, and regional parks are important to our community. We learned that preserving our natural resources should be balanced with providing active recreation opportunities for everyone to enjoy. During the PROS planning process, multiple outreach methods were used to generate community input, including presentations to the Board of Park Commissioners, user focus group sessions, stakeholder interviews, a public open house, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized ADA accessible and multilingual website. The PROS plan recommendations are designed to reflect the recreational needs and desires of the residents of PenMed Parks District. Next slide. To get feedback from users and non-users of our parks, recreation, and trails in the district, RRC Institute developed and administered a statistically valid survey. The survey was based on a random sampling of 4,000 residents of PenMed Parks District, together with an open link survey for all other residents who were not included in the invitation sample. Results were kept separate to maintain the statistical validity of the invitation sample. The underlying survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Using U.S. Census Bureau data, the population, age, and race distributions in the total sample were adjusted to match the actual population profile of the district more closely. A total of 942 responses were received. The invitation sample closed with 273 completed surveys, and the open link version closed with 669 completed surveys. Survey results have a plus or minus 5% margin of error. Of 19 categories considered by respondents, the top 3 are shown. Walking, hiking trails were rated as the most important amenity, with nearly 75% saying it is very important. Next slide. We've received many letters of support for connecting parks through trails. The project has been vetted with community members and groups, local government, state legislature, and conservation organizations. There is strong support, including from the City of Gig Harbor, Great Peninsula Conservancy, Pierce Conservation District, Washington State 26th Legislative District, Peninsula School District, Visit Gig Harbor, Pierce County, Gig Harbor Chamber of Commerce, and Visit Tacoma Pierce County. PenMed Parks works with GPC and Pierce Conservation District to conserve land for parks. We have a formal partnership agreement with the Peninsula School District, and we also work with Harbor Wild Watch, who inspires stewardship through education and environmental monitoring. Next slide. The project's location and design support PenMed Park sustainability goals by incorporating low-impact design techniques. These techniques will preserve natural drainage patterns and let water soak into the ground by using pervious materials. By including landscaping with native species, removal of invasive species, and preservation of existing forests to the maximum extent possible. And by improving social benefits by allowing more visitors to access these pristine parks so that the benefits of physical activity, social connections, and community education will be enjoyed by more people. Next slide. The project will retain existing native vegetation such as osiberry, hazelnut, evergreen huckleberry, elderberry, salmonberry, salal, sword fern, trillium, and a rich mix of mosses and lichens in the uplands, and a mix of skunk cabbage, devil's club, and various sedges in the riparian and wetland areas. This habitat heterogeneity provides benefits to multiple species, including providing a wide range of flowering native plants to support the pollinator species. The project will establish native plants along new trail corridors in keeping with the nearby habitat. Information and educational signs along the trails will inform hikers of wildlife that could be encountered. Next slide. Linkage between the trail networks is the very purpose of this project, as it will connect the existing trail networks at 4 parks. The trail maps are shown here in their relative locations to each other. Next slide. The parks to be connected generally lie within the Rosedale and Sweet Hill communities on the Gig Harbor Peninsula. This project will link Rosedale Ridge neighborhood and several smaller neighborhoods to each other through the parks. Destinations include the Sable Homestead Park, a regional park attractive for so many people with its play fields and demonstration gardens, the 15-acre off-leash area for dogs within Rotary Bark Park, and the old-growth Douglas fir areas of McCormick Forest Park. Next slide. Water views include the pond at Zamel Homestead Park, McCormick Creek in McCormick Forest Park, and wetlands in the trail property. Next slide. Scenic values in these parks include old-growth forests, wetlands, and riparian areas. This project will allow a visitor at Zamel Homestead Park to hike to the old-growth Douglas fir area in McCormick Forest Park. Depending on where the hiker started in Zamel, it would take about an hour to reach that forest. Along the way, the visitor would pass through wetland and riparian areas at McCormick Creek. Next slide. To the greatest extent possible, PennMet Parks intends to use volunteer labor for trail development. Volunteer member organizations with experience in trail construction and maintenance, such as Washington Trails Association, Earth Corps, and PennMet Parks' own volunteer base are available to establish trail connections. This past May, Earth Corps completed a trail maintenance and invasives removal at PennMet Park's Demolay Sandspit Park. Next slide. And I'll close my presentation with a shot of a forest trail in McCormick Forest Park. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dave. Any questions from the committee members? Yes, Chris.
Thank you. On your last slide on cost efficiencies, you talked about the volunteer group and how you're engaging them to potentially do some trail work. Is that reflected in your cost estimate, and if they were involved, if not, if they are involved, does that make your estimate go down at all? Or how does that tie into the budget, I guess, is my bigger question.
Yeah, it's a good question. The cost estimate does not reflect volunteer labor, so it would go down if we were able to employ them to construct the trails.
Okay, and how far along are you in that discussion with them?
We have not had any substantive discussions on this particular project. We have reached out to them, as I mentioned, just recently for one of our parks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Elizabeth.
You mentioned something about with the trail connector, you said something about easement, and you made me think, has that easement been secured yet?
The easements are in place, yes.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Yep.
Great, good clarification. Anything else from the committee members? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you so much, Dave, for presenting this morning. And your grant manager, Hannah, will be in touch when we have the ranked list information ready to share and about next steps for applicants. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, team, you can keep working on your scoring while I pull up the next presentation. We are moving over to the city of Pasco next. I think we have Brent online, or I did see him.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And you're welcome to turn on your video or leave it off, whatever you're most comfortable with. And there you go, I can see you now.
Perfect.
And then you have the choice. I can give you the controls to click through your slides, or I can navigate that for you and click the next if you let me know.
You can give me control.
Okay. Okay, so you should have the ability to click on the screen, and then the easiest way might be using your keyboard arrows to move it forward and back. There's just a bit of a lag to be aware of, just a little bit of a delay. Yep, it looks like it worked, and you were able to do it on your own, so that's great.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to set my timer for 15 minutes. So Brent, whenever you are ready to get started, you can do so.
Okay. Yes, my name is Brent Kabalik. As mentioned, I'm here presenting on the Sacagawea Heritage Trail Project levee lowering. There it goes. Okay. Pasco is located in southeast Washington and is part of the greater Tri-Cities metropolitan area. The project location is along the river, the Columbia River, between roads 54 and 72. This section of trail is skinny, in need of repair, is on top of a 40-foot high levee with no shoulder. The project will improve safety by lowering the levee approximately 10 feet in line with the other levees that have already been lowered in the area. This will create the ability to install a 12-foot wide trail and still have enough shoulder space to install some viewing benches along the way. It will also greatly improve the view of the river for the adjacent property owners and reduce the barrier to the river for local wildlife. The project trail is part of the Sacagawea Heritage Trail system that runs along both sides of the Columbia River and connects each of the three Tri-Cities, Kennewick, Pasco, and Richland. Just to the east of the project site, the new Sylvester Street multi-use trail runs along Sylvester Street from Highway 395 to the project site. Wade Park to the east is a linear park that features a 12-foot multi-use path with benches for viewing the river. And then beyond that, further to the east, is the lowered levee trail that I'd mentioned. The project trail we're talking about is an 8-foot atop that 40-foot high levee with no shoulder. Come on. Now, oh, there we go. There's quite a lag, like you said. Through the Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan outreach process that consisted of a mix of in-person and online outreach tools, it became very clear that trail improvement and construction were a top priority and need for the community as a whole. Come on. I'm trying to advance, but it's not seeming to. Okay, there we go. The project will lower the levee, like I said, an approximately 1.25 miles long section. We'll lower it 10 feet down, and then install that 12-foot multi-use path. It'll regrade a few access paths along the section and install some viewpoint benches. The project will dramatically improve safety for walkers and bikers alike. It will also improve trail access for maintenance crews and improve connection to the river via the views of adjacent homes and wildlife.
Okay, Brent, would you just want me to click? It is working.
Yeah.
I'm happy to jump in.
Let's go back to you because it's taken
Okay.
forever.
No problem.
All right. The design's 30% complete. ADA parking and trail access is available at the east and west ends of the project. While the project section of the trail is technically accessible, it is not ideal for safe mixed use between wheelchair and other users. The widened trail will allow for separate directional biking lanes and pedestrian lane. It will also allow for users to safely step off the trail to the widened shoulder when needed. And next. The greatest cost of the project is the earthwork due to its volume, limited access to the site, and the need to transport all the earth removed off-site. Cost estimates were obtained and estimated by city engineers. The proposal includes additional design budget. It is anticipated that upon grant award, final design will take the first 12 months with construction to follow and be completed by June of 2029. Next. As mentioned before, much of the feedback supporting this project has come through the Parks and Recreation master planning process, during which we completed multiple language outreach via online surveys and in-person outreach events. Next slide. This project has been a long-standing desire of the community. We have, going back to as far as at least 2017, not before that, been working on trying to do this. The city frequently receives requests and complaints about this section of the trail. It also received multiple comments during the outreach process of our last master plan update, when people were asked what was most needed in Pasco's parks. You see some of those comments there. Next slide. Bike Tri-Cities and Visit Tri-Cities are supporters of this project, especially due to the events that take place along the Sacagawea Heritage Trail system, including the Tri-Cities Marathon, the Big River Run, with over 750 participants now just in its 4th year of existence. Run the River, which has now, with well over 1,000 participants, and the Inland Empire Century Bike Ride, all use and pass over this section of trail. The Big River Run goes both ways, in and out, back across this section. And that we expect that event just to continue to grow. Next event, or next slide, sorry. There are many benefits with minimal negative impacts. The project transforms this section of the trail from the section of the trail you just want to get past to a section with opportunities for connection and one that is more conducive to commuting. It encourages active transportation choices and increases safety. It improves our ability to repair and maintain the path. Upon completion of the project, the levee will still be there. It'll just be lowered. It will just have been lowered to match that of the other levees in the area. The waterfront has not been affected, and the river access barrier will have been reduced between the land and the river. Next slide. Although not required as mitigation, the project intentionally reduces the scale and dominance of the existing levee infrastructure by lowering the levee. The current levee acts as a substantial structural barrier separating the river from the adjacent lands and limiting ecological interaction between the habitat areas. Next. Sacagawea Heritage Trail, of which this project trail is a part, connects to the Richland Riverfront Trail, the access to the Chomna Nature Preserve trails, and the New Sylvester Street bike and pedestrian path, as well as the trails within Columbia Park on the other side. So that's the whole system that connects to those things. Next slide. Sacagawea Heritage Trail is also the main non-motorized connection between Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland. The improvement of this section of the trail makes it more practical to use for traveling and commuting. Next slide. This section of the trail is, like I mentioned, is the main non-motorized connection along the river, but it's also the main non-motorized connection between Chiawana Park on the west, as you see there, and Wade Park on the east, that linear park that runs along the river, with each of those sites with their boat launches, grass areas, and open space. A separate project that we're trying to do will further expand these opportunities at the east end of this section with the development of what we call the Irwin property into a developed park with passive and active recreational opportunities. Next slide. The project will drastically improve connection and view of the river by all adjacent homeowners and trail users alike in this area. You can see the example of on the left of the current view of the river from behind the levee. Once you get on top, you can see there's quite a great view. Next slide. The lowered wider levee gives the chance for viewpoint benches similar to those that exist along the trail in the sections where the levee has already been lowered and the trail has been widened. As mentioned already, the scenic variety will be improved for adjacent land, including Irwin Property Planned Park. Next. Grant dollars will be matched by local city funds on this project. Next slide. I'll end here just with a few more photos of the project area. The one on the top left gives you a perspective of the approximately 40-foot height of the levee that you can see in relation to the truck and the building on the left next to the levee there. The one on the top right shows how the height and length of the levee creates nearly a complete disconnection from the river for a large section of Pasco's waterfront. The lower photos show some of the erosion and maintenance and safety concerns that exist on this section of the trail. And with that, next slide. And thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Brent. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Brent. I wanted to ask you about sort of your project schedule and particularly interested in the permitting process and that dimension of this project because it will be needing to work with the Army Corps of Engineers. And
yes.
So I'm just wondering about what your construction schedule is and whether you have the resources you need to accomplish the necessary permitting or easement or whatever permissions you'll need to get from those other agencies.
Yeah, like I said, this is not a brand new thing. It's something that we have been working with the Corps in the past, starting back 2017, maybe a little bit before that. Anyway, but we have been reached back out to them to re-pick up that process, and the consultant that we were working with that was coordinating that process with the Corps. Do I have an exact timeline of things? No, I don't. But it's something that's not brand new, but we are bringing back, and we are working with a consultant to move forward.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions?
Can I ask a follow-up to that, Allison?
Sure, please do.
Yeah, so Brent, I see in the application that you list those other permits that you need, but I didn't see anything as far as a budget line item for obtaining the permits. Are those things that you'll need to pay for to obtain? What's the process by which you'll get
I think I just included that in the architecture engineering section. The costs. I should have put it separately, but I did not. Oh no, it's there. It's $15,000 I have there on permits.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anything else for Brent? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Brent. We appreciate your time. And Butch will be reaching out to you when we have the ranked list information that's available to share in coming weeks and about next steps for our applicants. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Let's have a good day.
You too. Okay. So next up we have Covington. I do see that Ethan is online, so I'll go ahead and get him set up.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Ethan. How are you?
Good.
Good.
You guys seem to be making good progress this morning.
Yes, we are. Thank you for being flexible and jumping on a little ahead of time.
Of course.
So Ethan, would you like to do remote control to move your slides, or would you like me to click them for you?
I can do it.
Okay. And if you run into any issues, I can always jump in and do it if you change your mind. We've had a few technical difficulties with people doing it on their own, so.
Okay.
All right. So you should be able to click on your screen to get control of the PowerPoint and make sure your mouse stays kind of on that screen. And then you can use your keyboard to advance the slides. There's just a bit of a delay or lag after you click on it.
My keyboard. Oh, well, there we go.
And just make sure this is kind of centrally located on the slide, because otherwise it might be clicking other things. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay. All right. And again, if you run into issues, I'll jump right in, no problem. So I'll set the timer for 15 minutes, and Ethan, you can get started when you are ready.
Well, great. Hello, I'm Ethan, Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Covington. The project I'm presenting today is the Jenkins Creek Trail Acquisitions Project. The project will acquire 3 parcels across 2 work sites. Worksite number 1 includes the Metal and Campbell properties located directly across the street from one another. Worksite number 2 is the Seattle Union Gospel Mission, or SUGM, property. Acquiring these properties is critical to securing the corridor needed for the future extension of the Jenkins Creek Shared Use Trail. To start, I'll provide some geographic context. Covington is located in southeast King County and has a population of 22,000. The 5-mile service area surrounding the project sites includes approximately 161,000 residents. Next, we'll zoom to an aerial view of Covington. The city limits are outlined in white, and the 2 project work sites are highlighted in red. The project seeks funding to acquire 3 parcels totaling 2.84 acres and to demolish and remove existing structures in preparation for future trail development. These acquisitions are critical to securing the corridor needed to complete the future 3-mile Jenkins Creek Trail. This shared use trail will connect neighborhoods throughout Covington and provide an important regional link between 2 of King County's major trail systems. Evaluation criteria 1, need and local priorities. We'll start with the city's Parks and Recreation and Open Space, or PROS plan. As part of the planning process, the city conducted a series of community surveys that identified trails and open spaces as the community's highest priority of all outdoor facilities. As part of finalizing the PROS plan, we developed subplans for key elements of the park system and asked the community to review and rank them. Of the 8 subplans, the Off-Road Trails plan, which includes the Jenkins Creek Trail, received the highest priority ranking. Trails being the community's highest priority is not surprising, given currently the only trails in Covington are self-contained wholly within a couple parks, with the sole exception of being a sliver of the county's Sioux Creek Trail, shown here in yellow, located in a corner of the city. Otherwise, there is 0 trail networks within the city. This deficiency is no doubt why the community has ranked trails as a top priority. With off-road trails identified as a top priority in the PROS plan, the city moved forward with planning the Jenkins Creek Trail, supported by an RCO Planning for Recreation Access grant. The resulting master plan establishes a vision for a 3-mile shared use trail that will create a local trail network through Covington, while also providing a key regional connection between 2 major King County trails, the Green to Cedar Rivers Trail and the Sioux Creek Trail. The need and priority for this project are part of a longer-term effort. Piecing together parcels and trail easements has been an ongoing effort for decades and will continue to be part of the build-out process for some years to come. That said, it is with excitement from the community that this project has reached a bit of a tipping point, with progress accelerating these last few years as full trail master plan has been completed and the first phase of the trail is fully funded and currently slated to start construction later this year. The acquisition of this project's 3 target parcels are the next steps needed to continue to expand this trail with future development phases. This slide provides a closer look at worksite number 1 with target acquisition parcels shown in red. Properties already owned by the city or a project partner are shown in green. The parcel in orange is a pending acquisition but is not included in the scope of this grant request. The worksite number 1 target parcels are a top priority acquisition because they are the final 2 properties needed to advance phase 2A, shown here with the white border. This phase will add approximately half a mile of new shared use trail, and as the trail is built out in phases, existing sidewalks will provide interim connections shown by the blue dashed lines. These connections will maximize trail access and connectivity as each new segment is completed until the full trail can be built out. This slide shows phase 2A in pink, which will be able to move into design and development following the acquisition of worksite number 1 target parcels. The area shown in white is the first phase of trail that will be built starting later this year. The area in green is a section of the shared use trail that is being built as part of a larger master plan development. This development is already under construction and these trails are estimated to open in 2030. Areas shown in yellow are gaps targeted for future acquisitions and development, but the blue dashed lines provide interim connectivity using existing sidewalks along low traffic streets. Now we zoom to worksite number 2 with the target acquisition parcel shown in red. As before, properties already owned by the city or a project partner are shown in green. Properties outlined in orange are pending acquisitions but are not included in the scope of this grant request. The worksite number 2 target parcel is a top priority acquisition for the city, as it is the last parcel needed before the city moves towards developing the trail's phase 2B segment, shown with a white border, which will add 1/3 of a mile of new trail. The worksite number 2 target parcel is a top priority acquisition for the city, as it is the last parcel needed before the city moves towards developing the trail's 2B segment, shown with a white, oh, I just said that, sorry. On this slide, we show phase 2B in purple, which will be able to move into design and development following the acquisition of the target parcel. The area shown in white is the first phase of trail that will be built starting later this year. Areas shown in yellow are targeted for future acquisitions and development, but the blue dashed lines again provide interim connectivity using existing sidewalks. Both phases 2A and 2B are grant projects that we aim to fund next, hopefully with support from the WWRP trails in the 2028 grant round. But first, what we would need to do is fund and acquire these 3 target parcels in this grant round in order to do that. Need and Need and priority of this trail is supported by several plans, including the city's PROS plan, park master plans, and trail master plan, the city's comprehensive plan, downtown plan, and development agreements. And also it's supported by the King County Trail planning documents. Evaluation criteria 2, project scope. Starting with worksite number 1, the 2 target properties are both single-family homes. As part of this project, the houses would be demolished and removed. A future development phase would install the trail, and the area near the stream would be targeted for stream buffer enhancements. For worksite number 2, the target parcel had a single-family unit home, but the current owner demolished and removed most of the structure, but not all of it. The foundation is left, as well as a small shed, both of which would be fully removed as part of this project. A future phase would construct the trail and connecting access to the network of street sidewalks and bike lanes, and potentially add a small trailhead and parking area, including ADA parking space, or maybe 2. I think it is helpful to understand exactly what this trail will look like when built in a future phase, just to understand the vision, even if this project is only focused on acquisition. This slide shows a cross-section of the trail, which will be 12 feet wide and paved. The renderings are taken from sections of the phase 1 that's beginning construction later this year. The trail standard has community support and will seamlessly tie into the King County Regional Trail System, as it is basically the same trail standard. Trail features being constructed as part of phase 1 will be extended into future phases of trail development, including an interpretive signage program, trail furnishings, safety elements, and the like. Evaluation criteria 3, immediacy of threat. When considering this project, it's important to understand the rapid growth that's occurring in this area of King County. You may recall earlier I mentioned a large master plan development. This nearby development currently under construction is called Lake Point Urban Village and will have over 1,700 residential units and over 1.3 million square feet of commercial space. While this level of development may not sound like a lot for larger size cities, for the city the size of Covington, it has a significant impact. Worksite number 1 parcels are zoned for R8 or 8 housing units per acre, and the worksite number 2 parcel is zoned mixed commercial. The demand for underdeveloped land, like these 3 target parcels, is very high. For worksite number 1 properties, the city has invested valuable time discussing a purchase and sale with the property owners to get to a point where they are willing sellers, and delays in acquisitions could risk a change of heart by the property owners or could risk the properties changing hands to owners that aren't willing sellers. For the worksite number 2 parcel, the current owner had plans to develop the property shown here on this slide, but their plans changed and they were getting ready to list the property for sale when the city was able to give them the option to sell to the city for the Jenkins Creek Trail. Because we know this property owner is a motivated seller and will list the property on the open market if the city's not able to purchase in the near future, the city has already entered into a purchase and sale agreement on this parcel and received a waiver of retroactivity from RCO. It's anticipated that the city will close on this acquisition before the end of the year. Evaluation criteria 6, project engagement and methods. With this project, we've engaged a variety of groups at a variety of levels. At a high level, the project need and project priority was established as part of the city's PROS plan, which included a series of community surveys, a series of public meetings, and a series of focus groups. Further engagement activities specific to this trail contributed to the refinement of trail alignments, design preferences, and implementation strategies. On this, we had public surveys and public meetings. We held information tables at multiple community events. We had an interpretive planning workshop. We had an article about the project in our recreation guide. And all of these engagements also connected people to our project webpage and our email list. The stakeholder engagement process was also robust, with individual meetings with 12 groups ranging from landowners to groups with environmental or cultural interests to organizations where there may be opportunities to coordinate infrastructure and development. Evaluation criteria 7, project engagement and community. The Jenkins Creek Trail Master Plan evaluated potential alignments using 6 key criteria: user experience, safety, environmental impacts, regulatory impacts, costs and funding, and stakeholder support. These criteria were developed with input from community survey and other engagement activities. The final trail alignment, shown by the dashed orange line, reflects these criteria and additional community input gathered through the community surveys, the stakeholder sessions, and other outreach. Evaluation criteria 8, project engagement and partnerships. A product of our stakeholder outreach has been the development of working partnerships with other organizations, most notably with the Tribes, King County Parks, Multicare, Green River Coalition, and WSDOT. These partners have provided input during planning and design phases, been partners in providing land or property interests, and or have served as community advocates and supporters of the trail project. Less formal than our partnerships, but noteworthy nonetheless, we've also received letters of support from 11 community groups. We're really just seeing a lot of support for this trail project. Evaluation criteria 10, enhancement of wildlife habitat. This area is an important wildlife corridor supporting birds, river otters, deer, elk, and fish. Our first priority is to avoid impacts to sensitive areas. The future trail will be located in upland areas and set back from the creek and stream buffers as much as possible. Both target parcels also contain areas that were historically cleared or developed within what is now the stream buffer. Acquiring these properties creates an opportunity to restore these disturbed areas, improve habitat, and strengthen the wildlife corridor. Finally, while the trail will avoid sensitive areas, its proximity to Jenkins Creek creates opportunities for environmental education, helping visitors learn about the creek, the wildlife, and local ecosystem while encouraging responsible stewardship. Evaluation criteria 11, linkage between trails. The project's 3 target parcels are critical pieces to putting together the full 3-mile Jenkins Creek Trail that will not only connect neighborhoods throughout Covington, but also serve as a link between 2 popular county regional trails. Those regional trails are shown with white and black dash lines. This trail will be a value multiplier for local residents and the region. Valuation criteria 12, linkages between communities. There we go. This project contributes to future expansion of Jenkins Creek Trail, and because the trail will run through most of the city, there'll be a lot of great communities connected, including a medical center, a school, a shopping center, and 2 parks, those being Jenkins Creek Park and Founders Park. Though the most important connections will be accessed by the community members from where they live. This trail will be just across the street from affordable multifamily and senior housing complexes, and this trail will be easily accessible by many residential neighborhoods up and down the length of the trail, with one worth mentioning specifically being the Timberlane neighborhood. This is the oldest neighborhood in Covington and the largest with over 900 homes. The neighborhood is known to be one of the lower income areas of the city, and it lacks sidewalks because it predates today's development standards. This trail will get a lot of use from this one neighborhood alone. Evaluation criteria 13, water access reviews. All 3 target properties include portions of Jenkins Creek. While the future trail will be located primarily in upland areas to protect sensitive habitat, it will provide views of the creek and opportunities for interpretive signage about the creek and its watershed. These photos show examples of the creek. Its clear water provides excellent opportunities to observe fish and aquatic plant life. Evaluation criteria 14, scenic values. The target parcels are part of a trail corridor that will wind through some of the city's most scenic natural areas, providing opportunities to experience nature along its entire length. The trail will pass through forests, meadows, and open spaces with views of Spring Pond and rare oak and prairie habitat that is critically significant to local tribes. As shown in these photos, the target parcels feature forested riparian areas, stands of fir trees, wetlands, and views of the stream, including excellent opportunities for bird watching. Evaluation criteria 15, cost efficiencies. There are several measures that we are using to stretch these grant dollars. Our grant request does not include reimbursements for city staff hours or administration. We utilize a real estate consultant that we just pay hourly rather than a real estate agent that works based off an expensive commission. None of these parcels have any tenants, so there's no relocation costs. And on an ongoing basis for maintenance and operations, the city has been successful in supplementing our park maintenance team with help from community volunteers. Some of them are seen in action on this slide. We also partner with Green River Coalition, Green River College, and Mid-Sound Fisheries in removal of invasive species and environmental restoration work. And that brings us to the last slide. Thank you very much for your consideration of this project.
Thank you so much, Ethan. Any questions for this project? Yes, Chris.
Thank you, Ethan. Yeah, I'm curious to know if there are other alignments or alternatives that have been considered for the Jenkins Creek Trail through this area where you're needing to acquire properties, in case one or another of them were not able to be acquired.
Yeah, good question. When we did the master plan, we developed what we call a east alignment and a west alignment. I would say they're both preferred because if they can both be built out, they'll serve neighborhoods and areas on either side of the creek, with the creek being an environmental barrier. But it also provides us 2 opportunities to advance the trail, just going north and south through the city and connecting to the regional trails. So we kind of take an opportunistic approach of, when we have willing sellers, we pursue those acquisitions and try to further the trail. But we do kind of have a plan B in place in case we do come up against a specific acquisition that we can't make happen or might be held up for some time.
Thank you. One quick follow-up on that. Do you have a target time frame for development once you do acquire these parcels?
Yeah, I mean, our plan would be to come back in the next grant round in 2028 with a development grant request. We're using local dollars basically to match against grant dollars and kind of do what we can with the funding that we can put together.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ethan, for being with us today. And your grant manager, Aaron, will be in touch with you when we have the ranked list information to share in the next few weeks. And in the meantime, let us know if you have any questions.
Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you. Okay. So that brings us to our lunch hour. So we have asked that the next presenter arrive at 12:30. So please get back to your computers just a few minutes before 12:30 so we can be ready to go promptly for the next presenters at 12:30. Thank you so much, everyone.
OMD, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. indeed the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We're set to have our next presenter start at 12:30. So we just have a couple minutes. So again, if you could give the thumbs up. Thanks, Kelly, Andrea, Elizabeth, Brian, Taylor. Hi, Chris. And I see Cassidy. Are you the presenter today?
I am not. It'll be
Adam.
Yeah, it'll be.
Perfect. Okay, well, Adam, if you don't mind, yep, I can see your video and it sounds like your mic's working just fine. So I'll just give just one more minute and then Adam, would you like me to advance the slides for you or would you like to have remote control?
If I could have control, that'd be great.
Okay. Okay, and so you should be able to click on the screen and then just keep your mouse in the middle of the screen if you could, and then use the keys on your keyboard to advance the slide. And let's just make sure that that works for you.
Doesn't look like it, but
I see your mouse. There you go.
oh, there we go.
And what I've told others is that some people have had technical difficulties. So if at any moment you need me to step in and advance the slides, just let me know and I'll be happy to do that.
Great.
Okay. So we're just at 12:30 here. So let's see, Adam, I'm going to set the timer for 15 minutes and you can go ahead and get started when you are ready.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. My name is Adam Lemieux. I'm the Director of Government Affairs here at the Port of Everett. And I'm joined today by Elise Grunwald, who's our Director of Engineering, and Cassidy Follins, our Grant Compliance Manager. The Port is requesting funding to help restore an existing segment of the Port's Millwright Loop Trail, specifically a portion that we call the South Esplanade. The project is located in Everett, so the west side of central Snohomish County. It is adjacent to Possession Sound at the mouth of the Snohomish River. And the South Esplanade renovation project is part of a larger Everett Trail network that totals approximately 17 miles, including connections to the interurban trail to the south. Located in the South Marina area on the Everett waterfront, the South Esplanade is part of the larger non-motorized trail network in the area. The Millwright Loop connects into the city's Milltown Trail, which in turn connects users to the broader Everett Trail system. Because the trail is so long and narrow, the top two images omit about 1,200 feet between them, so we can zoom in and show the project areas more clearly. The bottom image shows their proximity to each other. So jumping into local priorities, the South Esplanade is part of the port's 3.5-mile Millwright Loop Trail. It connects directly with the city of Everett's Milltown Trail. It provides public access along waterfront where geography and historic development otherwise limit public shoreline access. This segment dates back to the 1970s and early 1980s and has deteriorated substantially. Natural settlement has created an uneven trail surface. Historic scour from a water main failure contributed to additional damage underneath the sidewalk. The city repaired the failed water main, but the remaining problem is the deterioration of the port-owned trail infrastructure underneath. Years of repairs have created a patchwork of pavers, exposed aggregate concrete, and asphalt. Existing conditions now affect both safety and accessibility. Uneven surfaces and transitions create trip hazards. Temporary patches and cones have been necessary to keep people safe on the trail, and trail electrical infrastructure underground is also being deteriorated. The port's ADA self-evaluation and transition plan identified this area as out of compliance. It creates an accessibility gap within an otherwise accessible waterfront trail system. The need has become more significant as waterfront use has increased. Waterfront visitation has more than doubled over the past decade. The trail serves residents, workers, marina users, and visitors throughout the year. This project restores a heavily used existing recreational asset to provide safe, accessible, and continuous public waterfront access. For project scope, project replaces approximately 1,000 feet of existing 10-foot wide South Esplanade Trail. The work includes the removal of the deteriorated trail surfaces, restoration and improvement of the aggregate base, which will provide a stable foundation to reduce the risk of future settlement. Construction of a uniform concrete trail surface, replacing the existing mixture of pavers, exposed aggregate, and asphalt repairs. It also restores the ADA compliant access to the trail and replaces the damaged trail utilities and access vaults. Improvements also address the access corridors connecting parking and surrounding development to the waterfront trail. The scope is intentionally focused on the failed infrastructure, so the existing bulkhead and other structurally sound waterfront infrastructure will remain. The result is a continuous, durable, and accessible trail surface serving all non-motorized trail users. For project design, the design fits the existing use and character of this heavily used urban waterfront trail. It maintains the established 10-foot trail width, supporting pedestrians, bicycles, mobility devices, and other non-motorized users. It also provides an adequate space for the mixed use already occurring on the Millwright. It replaces multiple existing surface materials with a uniform concrete trail, eliminates uneven transitions, improves accessibility, and then provides a durable surface appropriate for heavy year-round use. The improved base preparation addresses the settlement affecting the existing trail to provide for that greater long-term stability rather than continuing surface level repairs. Accessible connections are restored between the parking area, surrounding development, and the waterfront trail. The design remains entirely within the existing developed corridor and retains the existing trail alignment, retains structurally sound waterfront infrastructure, and avoids unnecessary expansion into the shoreline. Regarding the budget, the total project cost is approximately $1.66 million. The port is requesting $830,000 in WWRP trail funding, of which the port will provide the remaining 50% match. The budget is grounded in the port's recent trail construction project costs and includes escalation to the anticipated project year. Grant costs are limited to the recreational trail improvements, including the trail demolition and reconstruction, aggregate base, accessible connections, and the trail utilities and access faults. Existing serviceable waterfront infrastructure remains in place, helping to control the overall project cost. So the port uses multiple methods to engage the community on waterfront access, recreation, and capital improvements. This includes public meetings and open houses, neighborhood meetings, public planning processes, publications on social media, and then marina and tenant outreach. The port also takes waterfront planning discussions into the surrounding communities, including participating in approximately 25 to 30 neighborhood meetings each year, so that we can reach the public where they are at. The South Esplanade needs have also been identified through formal port planning processes, including the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, the boating facility and public access plan, and the waterfront development planning. Engagement continues outside the formal planning process. Trail users directly report maintenance, accessibility, and safety concerns. Marina users and the waterfront businesses provide ongoing feedback on access and operations. And this happened as late as last week when one of our restaurants reported an older visitor to the waterfront tripped and fell on an uneven trail surface outside their restaurant. Construction planning will also account for continued access to adjacent marina and waterfront businesses. The community feedback consistently emphasizes the importance of safe, continuous public waterfront access. Trail users have directly reported those trip hazards that I discussed and deteriorated trail conditions. Year-round use is an important part of how the waterfront serves the community. Looking at some of the online pictures, we found this one in the top left corner from Google Maps showing trail users that were using the trail back in December. So it really does see year-round, all-day use. Those same community priorities are reflected in the South Esplanade project. The project will eliminate trip hazards, restore ADA accessibility, maintain continuous waterfront trail access, and provide a durable surface for year-round use. Public use of the waterfront has grown substantially, increasing from approximately 800,000 visitors in 2018 to 1.8 million in 2025, and this number has grown in the last 12 months to 2.1 million. Increased use reinforces the importance of maintaining this trail as a safe and reliable public recreation asset. So the South Esplanade itself is port-owned, funded, and maintained. The port has a permanent commitment to maintaining public waterfront access. This project serves as part of a much larger network of trail and access developments. The port trail development has exceeded $28 million over the past decade, $28 million. The port coordinates public access and trail improvements with partner jurisdictions. The City of Everett Trail connects directly with port trails. You can see the picture in the bottom right. The port reconstructed a major trail junction last year, it finished this year actually, where the city's Milltown Trail connects to our trail system. The Grand Avenue pedestrian bridge provides direct pedestrian and bicycle connections from the Everett neighborhoods to the waterfront, and that's pictured in the background on the bottom left picture. Individual projects are owned by different public entities, but function together as a connected recreational network. WWRP funding would add another public partnership to that long-term investment in waterfront trails. On sustainability, this project renovates and preserves an existing public waterfront trail segment rather than requiring new corridor development, minimizing environmental impacts. It replaces deteriorating infrastructure with durable, long-life improvements appropriate for a marine shoreline environment, and it improves long-term safe and year-round usability and maintainability of a heavily used non-motorized recreational corridor. Regarding the enhancement of wildlife habitat, the project primarily renovates an existing developed urban trail corridor within a historically industrial waterfront setting. It's an already disturbed footprint and it's a rehabilitation of existing public infrastructure. The project complements broader shoreline restoration and redevelopment efforts previously completed throughout the waterfront area. The South Esplanade is part of the port's 3.5 mile Millwright Loop Trail. The Millwright Loop Trail connects directly with the City of Everett's Milltown Trail at both ends of the public waterfront. These trails connect to additional port-owned trails at different sites along Puget Sound and the river, and the Milltown Trail provides connections to other non-motorized trail networks in Everett. The project preserves continuity within a heavily used non-motorized recreational corridor and complements continued port and city investments in expanding and improving a larger trail network. The linkages between communities. The trail system doesn't only connect recreational facilities, it connects the Everett community to its waterfront. Historically, the railroad corridor and bluff have created a physical separation between the Everett neighborhoods and the waterfront. The Grand Avenue Park Bridge provides a direct pedestrian and bicycle connection over that barrier, allowing residents to travel from the neighborhoods on the bluff directly above the waterfront trail system. Once on the Millwright Loop, users are connected to the South Esplanade, parks, public art, marina amenities, waterfront businesses, and nearly 100 public events held annually on our waterfront. These connections are particularly important for nearby historically disadvantaged communities, providing non-motorized access to recreation, public open space, and the waterfront. And then the South Esplanade extends the reach of the trail system to other communities, providing walkable access to passenger ferry service to Hat Island and a pilot ferry service to Whidbey Island, as well as access to trail and transit connections. The project site has unobstructed panoramic views of the water. It's immediately adjacent to the water throughout the project area, with direct connections to docks and other public waterfront amenities. The trail offers views at multiple scales, from immediate marine activity, Jetty Island and the Snohomish River estuary, to broader views of the Olympic and Cascade Ranges and the distant Mount Baker. Its orientation also provides for both sunsets and sunrise views. This project maximizes the use of existing port-owned infrastructure with no acquisition costs. The project scope is limited only to the failed or deficient trail, base, and electrical infrastructure. Existing serviceable waterfront infrastructure will remain, ensuring RCO funding goes directly toward restoring the function of the trail and avoids replacing functioning infrastructure simply for aesthetic consistency. The project addresses underlying settlement conditions using durable construction that protects prior public investment while investing in long-term maintenance needs. And RCO funding will go directly toward restoring recreational trails function and accessibility. And that is it.
Thank you, Adam. So any questions from the committee? I'll stop it on a visual just so people can take a look at it. Any questions for Adam? Yes, Chris.
All right, just one. There was a slide on the trail, linkages between trails, and you were showing yeah, that one right there. Can you just, with a cursor or something, tell me where your project is located and compared to the Millwright Loop Trail or the Milltown Trail?
Sure. I'm not sure if you can see the cursor. It looks like you probably can, but
yeah, right there.
Where the Millwright Loop Trail bubble is on that map to the right is the corner of the project, or kind of the west end of the project area. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm completely wrong. Down here. That's the project area site. So the Millwright Loop Trail goes around that whole rectangular body of water here. And the project area is on the south side of that.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Any other questions for Adam?
You're letting me off easy.
Okay. All right. Well, Adam, thank you so much for your presentation. The evaluators will continue filling out the scores, and your grant manager, Rachel, will be reaching out to you when we have the ranked list available and the next steps for this application.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. So next up, we have Pierce County Parks and Recreation. Pull up the PowerPoint. It's for the Foothills Trail Extension. Looks like we have Travis available.
Yep. Good. Afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, good afternoon. So Travis, would you like to advance the slides yourself, or would you like me to do that for you?
I'll let you keep control and we can call them out.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Okay, so Travis, I will set the timer for 15 minutes. And then whenever you are ready, just go ahead and get started and let me know next when you want me to change the slides.
Okay, let's dive in. Good afternoon again, everybody. My name is Travis Curry, and I'm the Senior Trails Planner with Pierce County Parks. Really appreciate the opportunity to join you today to talk about our $1.5 million application to fund design and construction for an extension of the Foothills Trail between the towns of Wilkeson and Carbonado. Next slide, please. As a bit of background, I want to just show you the existing Foothills Trail, which runs for 24 miles along a former rail bed through the communities of Puyallup, Ording, South Prairie, Buckley, and at the Enumclaw in King County. Recent trail usage data shows an average of approximately 900,000 annual users along this trail, so it's just tremendously popular. The master plan includes an extension south from the town of South Prairie to the towns of Wilkeson and Carbonado, and eventually further south to the Carbon River entrance of Mount Rainier National Park. We've already paved a 1-mile segment within Wilkeson's town limits. The segment between Wilkeson and Carbonado, shown in red on the map there, extends from that paved segment, and that's the focus of our grant application and our presentation today. We're doing a separate concurrent routing study to identify the ideal alignment to get from Wilkeson back to the existing Foothills Trail. We're doing that through a separate project that's shown in blue there, just so you know. Next slide, please. Starting with the first criterion, local priorities. This trail extension is a priority project for our department and for the towns of Wilkeson and Carbonado. We recently purchased the final piece of former rail corridor between Wilkeson and Carbonado, and we're ready to move forward and develop this section. This project is included in the county's 2024 Capital Facilities Plan and our recently updated Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, or PROS plan. Construction of a new trail connection will bring tremendous value to the towns in this corridor and to the broader community. The project will improve both active recreation and provide new transportation opportunities in a rural corridor that is not serviced by public transportation, making this project especially important for people of all ages and income levels who might lack consistent access to a vehicle to get from town to town. Pedestrians, cyclists, and other active mode users currently travel along the corridor using local roads, as shown in this picture here. These streets lack shoulders and sidewalks. They have high speeds, limited sight distances, creating very dangerous conditions for both active mode users and the drivers on the streets. This project will promote safe, family-friendly opportunities to recreate and transit through the area, providing those vulnerable users an inviting alternative to the roadway. Also in this area, the closure of the Fairfax Bridge south of Carbonado cut off access to the national park and the national forest when that bridge went down in 2024. This trail will help restore access to outdoor opportunities for residents of both Wilkeson and Carbonado, and it's the next logical step in extending the Foothills Trail. For these reasons, both Wilkeson and Carbonado identified expansion of the Foothills Trail as a goal or a priority project in their recent comprehensive plan updates. Next slide, please. Like I said, we just updated our PROS plan, and that included a thorough demand and need analysis that shows that residents in this part of the county, what we refer to as the East Pierce region, are most interested in expanding the trail system and extending the Foothills Trail to new destinations. So this project is directly responsive to that need. Next slide. Moving on to number 2, project scope. Our proposed project, shown here in split northern and southern extents, includes design and construction of a 2.23 mile trail segment that starts at the end of the existing paved trail in Wilkeson. That existing trail connects to Wilkeson Skate Park and to a trailhead in Wilkeson near Town Hall. The trail we're talking about here follows a gentle rail grade, approximately 400 feet of elevation gain over about 2.5 miles. Our project runs to Carbonado town limits. Though it's not a part of this grant request, a concurrent project is making similar improvements to the trail segment owned by Carbonado, and that will connect to a small trailhead at the intersection of Pershing Avenue and State Route 165 on the south end of the project. Next slide, please. The abandoned railbed is currently used as an informal hiking path, but that doesn't have any surfacing or drainage, and that generates seasonally impassable conditions, as you can see here, like deep mud, standing water, and erosion. This project will improve drainage by installing appropriate infrastructure, resurfacing the trail, and in doing so, enhancing safety, accessibility, and supporting year-round recreational access. The grant proposal and cost estimate are for a chip gravel surface trail. Previously, engagement in the area suggests that residents here prefer an unpaved trail to maintain the rural character of the area. And indeed, the comprehensive plans in both Wilkeson and Carbonado specifically mention gravel surfacing. Next slide. Moving on to project design and fit. This project follows the findings of a feasibility study that we published last summer, which included a conceptual design for the trail. That study assessed conditions along the former rail line from South Prairie all the way down to Carbonado and examined whether that corridor could support a viable shared use path. The study found that this section between Wilkeson and Carbonado is in good condition, which is why we're advancing that segment first. We do need to do some additional analysis to identify that ideal alignment for a connection back to the existing Foothills Trail, but like I said, we're handling that through a separate project. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing to build is a 10-foot wide trail for pedestrian and cyclists, which is surfaced with a 4-inch fine crushed gravel surface that meets ADA standards. The trail will have a minimum 2-foot shoulders along the length of the project, and the trail will accommodate equestrians with either an adjacent 5-foot soft surface shoulder or a separated 2-foot soft surface path, depending on width constraints along the project area. Since this project is formalizing and improving a route between 2 existing trailheads that are spaced about 4 miles apart, we don't have much of a need for amenities like parking and restrooms, but this project would likely include benches, pet waste stations, waste bins, as well as signage and mile markers using our county standards. The specific types of amenities and the locations for those amenities will be finalized during design. Next slide, please. So that feasibility study identified several design issues along the route, specifically where water was found on the trail, and the study details methods to improve each section in a way that ensures environmentally sensitive construction, like a structural wall, a box culvert, and a short boardwalk. The trail will have one road crossing at 163rd Street. That's a very low volume residential road, and the project will include signage for both drivers and trail users to ensure safe travel for all modes. We'll work to identify and define that appropriate signage during the design process. Outside of those specific needs, the railbed is in really good condition and does not require additional treatment outside of clearing, widening, grading, and resurfacing. Next slide. So we're moving on to the budget here. The full project cost estimate is about $5.5 million. We're proposing to match our $1.5 million grant request with nearly $4 million, about 73% match from local funds, to do both design and construction. The sources of our local match funds are a combination of park sales tax, second REIT, and park impact fees. Design costs shown here include a standard 30, 60, 90 final design process to prepare for construction, while construction costs include environmental and cultural resource assessments, permitting support, site prep, and of course, trail development. These costs were estimated by parametrics during the feasibility study, and we worked with them to update the cost estimate once again in advance of this grant submittal. So we're planning to move this project into design, hopefully in late 2027, to begin construction in 2029. Next slide, please. Number 6, engagements. We'll continue to coordinate with community members during design, but we have done a lot of work in the past to engage with local officials and other interested parties in advance of this project. During the planning stages of that feasibility study, we stood up a working group which included representatives from both the Muckleshoot and Puyallup tribes, local officials, Washington State DFW, WashDOT, and many trail advocates to inform project development. And we hope to re-engage that group to ensure that the design of this project is meeting the needs of these various stakeholders. We also published a community survey about the trail last summer. I'll go into detail on that in a moment. And we've continued to work closely with our nonprofit partners by setting up stewardship work parties and hosting community events. In June, we put together a presentation and trail walk in Wilkeson with our nonprofit partners. We discussed the vision of the trail with community members, its role in supporting the local economy, and we presented our vision for upcoming projects to extend and improve the trail. Community members were able to ask questions and provide some design input, some suggestions for the project. Next slide, please. Moving on to number 7, community engagement. Like I said, last summer we worked with the Foothills Rails to Trails Coalition and the University of Washington's Action Mapping Project to publish a community survey to generate feedback, engage community support for this project. This engagement process was designed to generate an understanding of the needs of local community members, engage residents and the broader recreation community, understand how people are using the existing trail, and define necessary and desired trail improvements as we move forward with this project. The survey received 425 total responses, including 150 from residents of Wilkeson, Carbonado, and the surrounding communities. And really what we heard through this process was resounding support for this project. We also got a lot of good input about amenities, trail use, and potential future connections as we move forward with planning into the future. Next slide, please. All right, engagement partnerships. We're very fortunate to be starting this work with really good working relationships across jurisdictional lines, with local community organizations in this area and with our regional trail advocates. This partnership and this sentiment is really reflected in the 12 letters of support that were attached to our application, including letters of support directly from the mayors of Wilkeson, Carbonado, South Prairie, and Buckley, the superintendent of the White River School District, and many advocates and local community organizations as well. Next slide. I wanted to call out the Foothills Trail Coalition specifically as they were instrumental in making this project possible. They brokered the sale of the final parcel shown in that lime green there. The final parcel needed to complete public ownership of this corridor. Prior to their involvement, the county had not successfully engaged with the former landowner, which could have eventually held up project development. The community connections and the local trust that the coalition has really made the difference here, allowing us to connect with the landowner, reach acceptable purchase terms, and proceed with the project. Next slide. Criterion 9, sustainability. So Pierce County's adopted greenhouse gas reduction plan is called Sustainability 2030. This plan identifies active mobility as one of the key objectives for reducing CO2 emissions. This project will reduce reliance on cars by building connections to surrounding communities and eventually the broader regional trail system. This project will also enhance recreational activity opportunities, improving social sustainability by promoting physical activity and emotional well-being. Furthermore, this project reutilizes an abandoned railroad corridor, so it maximizes public benefit without having to clear more trees, and we protect those mature forests in the area. Economically, trail connections will bring new tourism to these communities, which have been impacted by the loss of access to the national park following the closure of the Fairfax Bridge. This project is a direct way to promote economic sustainability in these rural communities. Additionally, future stewardship costs for the corridor will be reduced by our ongoing partnership with our trail advocates like the Foothills Coalition. They hold regular work parties that clean the trail, remove invasive species, and plant new trees. Next slide. Number 10, wildlife habitat. This corridor has several known wetlands, and all new development will remain within that formerly impacted corridor. Boardwalks and other design strategies will really ensure an environmentally responsible development along the length of the project to protect these sensitive habitats. Additionally, as we move through construction, we will continue to remove invasive vegetation and restore plants that we have to take out in accordance with the standards set by our natural lands team. As a policy, any tree that is impacted or has to be removed during construction is replaced with 10 more of its kind in the surrounding area, really improving local habitat there. Next slide. Number 11, linkages between trails. As I mentioned previously, this project and the concurrent work to connect to the Foothills Trail will link Wilkinson and Carbonado to the broader regional trail system. Next slide, please. These multi-phase projects are a crucial step of the larger effort to build an uninterrupted multimodal trail system from the Puget Sound in Tacoma all the way out to Mount Rainier National Park via the Foothills Trail, the Riverwalk Trail, and the Spoyalla Potch Trail. These images are from a 2016 study that details the benefits of establishing the full alignment from Tacoma to Mount Rainier, and this project directly supports development of this unique regional asset. Next slide. Additionally, our regional trail plan builds off that Tacoma to Mount Rainier spine as we look to make additional connections throughout the region, including up to King County, out to Kitsap County, and eventually south to Thurston County. Next slide. Number 12, linking communities. So yes, absolutely. This project supports community connections. As a standalone project, the trail establishes new connections between Wilkinson and Carbonado, two close-knit rural communities, and this project develops new recreation and transportation opportunities there. Future phases will connect this segment to the Foothills Trail, which will link to nearby cities and even over the White River Bridge into King County, developing stronger connections both locally and throughout the region and supporting the communities that have been impacted by the loss of the Fairfax Bridge. Next slide. Water access. Though this project is in close proximity to many beautiful water resources, we're actually limiting water access along the project route by design. The Carbon River runs through a nearby canyon, but fast seasonal flows and steep canyon walls create really dangerous conditions there, so we need to account for that and direct people away from there. Additionally, there are streams, creeks, and wetlands in the area that need to be managed responsibly. Despite that reality, this trail does create new connections to Wilkinson Creek in the town of Wilkinson, which is accessible from the existing paved trail in the town. By linking the two communities, this project provides better access to Wilkinson Creek and will bring new users to the area to enjoy this unique feature. Next slide. Scenic values. This trail will be a unique resource for our system. The former rail bed passes through second growth forest, as you can see in that photo there. It's a beautiful scenic opportunity on its own. Furthermore, the route passes by some local historical resources along the former rail corridor, like the Coke Oven Park in Wilkinson, allowing users to experience the unique industrial history of the region. Next slide. Finally, number 15, cost efficiencies. Aside from the large match that we're bringing to the project, this project is cost efficient by building on existing infrastructure. Both Wilkinson and Carbonado have trailheads with parking lots and amenities on either end of the route. This project provides the missing formal connection between those two trailheads. Additionally, our strong relationships with community partners will generate volunteer stewardship and reduce the overall maintenance burden on our department moving forward. Based on the average frequency of volunteer stewardship work parties in this area, we estimate an ongoing annual value of about $2,500 per year. And the final slide, just wanted to say thank you. That's all we have for you today. We're really excited about taking the next step to connect these rural communities and extend the Foothills Trail, and we appreciate your consideration. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Travis. Any questions for Travis and the Foothills Trail project? Yes, Chris.
Thank you for the presentation. Lots of good information. There's a few things that I wasn't really clear on. You have some stuff you've done and some stuff that's upcoming. And so I'm just trying to clarify, mostly on the project engagement method slide that you showed. You said that there was some engagement yet to come, but some that you've already done. Could you kind of put a percentage maybe to how much is done and how much is upcoming on the project?
That's an interesting question, and I hesitate to put an exact percentage. I'd say probably about 70% done, 30% yet to come. What we expect to come through the design process is we've really set the conceptual design with those working groups and working with local officials and through community engagement. But we want to keep them, informed throughout the design process to make sure that we're not doing something that doesn't meet local needs. So it's more about informing as we move through the next phase rather than, really bringing in for, direct engagement in that capacity.
Okay, so bulk of the engagement on the project is really done. It's kind of like some wrap up as you go into final design.
And coordinating with affected landowners, the more project specific, construction specific engagement that we need to continue to make sure we're on top of.
Okay. And then a second question on your water access slide. I forgot the name of the two. One of them was Wilkinson Creek. I forgot the other one, or maybe it was Carbonell. Anyhow, the other one, I understood the no access because it's dangerous. On the Wilkinson Creek, you said there was going to be some scenic views built into the pathway. Could you explain a little more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you see the northern extent that we're showing on this slide here, there's a little icon there where the skate park is in Wilkinson. And just past there, so sort of to the northwest, the green line is the existing paved trail in Wilkinson, and that goes over Wilkinson Creek. So the project that we're building connects to that existing trail and promotes access to Wilkinson Creek, especially for folks that live in Carbonado, but also people that are just looking to recreate in the area as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so the water access is from the existing trail, but we're extending that trail. I just wanted to be clear about that.
Anything else for Travis? Yes, Josh.
Thanks for that presentation. I had to do some Googling to figure out the Fairfax Bridge and that whole situation. But where is that in relation to your project? Is that nearby?
All right. So you can see on the project slides here where Highway 165, State Route 165 runs through Wilkinson and then to the south through Carbonado. And so it's close in relation to our trail route. If you follow State Route 165 to the south past Carbonado here, that's where you hit the Fairfax Bridge. And so State Route 165 was the only access point to the Carbon River entrance of Mount Rainier National Park. And that bridge was a single point of failure. And when that bridge went down, everybody lost access to the Carbon River, at least vehicular access. And that's being felt particularly by the folks that live in these areas. That was their primary source of recreation, first of all. It was also the primary source of tourism to the area. People passing through Wilkinson and Carbonado, stopping for food, stopping for coffee on their way out to the national park. So we really view these projects as a way to not only get recreational opportunities to the folks that live there, but get people back out into these communities and hopefully bring some dollars back to the area as WashDOT looks at their options for replacing or reopening the Fairfax Bridge in the future. That might take a long time, so we think this project has a lot of value in the immediate.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you. Anything else for Travis? Yes, Chris.
Yeah, just building on that, closure of the Fairfax Bridge is really impacting not only Carbon River entrance to the Mount Rainier National Park, but also Mowich Lake. So it's a pretty big deal because that was a much frequented campground area.
Evans Creek ORV Park is up there. So there's been a lot of lost opportunities since we can't get over the Fairfax Bridge at this point.
Yeah, so I think having that recreation closer to home for these communities is really important. And just wondered if you have a timeline at all in terms of the next phase that connects from Wilkinson down into South Prairie, whether that has a timeline at all on it, Travis.
So we submitted a separate grant request through a separate funder to do that study. Part of the feasibility study that I've mentioned several times looked at the full route from South Prairie all the way south to Carbonado. So what it found was that the section from Wilkeson to Carbonado that we're talking about here is in good condition, and that the section from South Prairie to Wilkeson is not in good condition, and that a trail is not constructible or permittable or affordable. It's just kind of not happening. So we need to go back to the drawing board, look at likely road rights of way where we can kind of build in a shared use path within rights of way or utility corridors and identify that best route to connect back to South Prairie from Wilkeson. So we'd have a grant application, and now we're hopeful that we're successful with that and can start that planning process next year. And then, once we get through planning, we'd move that into design and construction, kind of following this project if we can keep hitting those benchmarks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anything else for Travis? Some good questions and discussion. And now I know it's pronounced Carbonado. I don't think I was saying that right. Well, no.
Well, thank you again, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity and really appreciate your questions.
Yeah, thank
Good
you
luck
so
with
much.
the rest of the presentations today. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, committee. So we are going to take a break. We are aiming to have our next presentation start at 1:30 if we're able to get in touch with everyone. So please be back at 1:30, just in the case that we're able to continue forward ahead of schedule. So thank you, and we'll see you soon.
First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hi, Adam.
Hello again.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for your flexibility. I think we are, again, just ahead of schedule. So we reached out to the last 2 applicants, and we hadn't heard yet back from the Port of Port Townsend. So I think we'll be able just to have you go right before them, and then we'll wrap up the day with Port of Port Townsend, if that works for you all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've had my sandwich and my blood sugar is back up.
Oh, wonderful. Perfect. Okay, we'll wait for the reviewers to get back, give the thumbs up, share their screens, their faces, just to make sure everyone's back to their desks. And I will put a note that we will be switching to Port of Everett. first, then Port of Port Townsend. So I'm just putting that in the chat. So reviewers, please make sure that you are clicking forward to the final project. So instead of Port Townsend, you'll be looking at Port of Everett first, the North Esplanade development, and then you'll be clicking back to Port Townsend after that. So please make sure you have that adjusted on your screen so you're entering the scores on the correct page. Okay, so Adam, you know the drill, but I will pull up your presentation for the North Esplanade. Okay, and then would you like to do the controls?
Yeah, if I could drive.
Okay, we will do that. Okay, so same thing, click on the screen and just make sure it's working for you. It's working on our end. Just make sure you keep the mouse right in the middle so it doesn't drift into other controls.
Okay.
All right, so I will start the timer for 15 minutes and you can feel free to get started when you are ready.
Great. Well, again, my name is Adam Lemieux. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Port of Everett. And joining me right now is Elise Gronwald, who's the Director of Engineering. And we will be later joined by Cassidy Follins, who is our Grant Compliance Manager, in case you all have questions afterwards. The North Esplanade project, it replaces temporary, smaller trail segments with permanent public recreational trails. It aligns the trail system experience with trail user requests and represents continued transformation of a historically industrial waterfront into permanent public access. The project is located in Everett. It's the west side of central Snohomish County. The project is adjacent to Possession Sound at the mouth of the Snohomish River. The North Esplanade project is a segment of the port's Millwright Loop Trail. It's part of a larger trail system in Everett that spans 17 miles that connects with the interurban trail to the south. This is across the body of water from the South Esplanade project that I discussed a little earlier today. It's located in the North Marina area on the Everett waterfront. Trail sections run east to west, immediately adjacent to the marina. It's part of the port's 3.5-mile Millwright Loop Trail. It's connected to a larger trail system in the city of Everett that spans 17 miles and connects to the regional interurban trail. The Millwright Loop Trail is connected directly to the Milltown Trail and neighborhoods by the Grand Avenue Bridge, which you see there in the bottom right. And the city's Milltown Trail is up there on the top right of the image. The North Esplanade is a temporary asphalt trail. It's dotted with gatehouses to the marina. It's supported by public restrooms and public parking, and flanked by the Fisherman's Tribute Plaza and Boxcar Park. Boxcar is an undeveloped public green space. On local priorities, Everett has relatively little publicly accessible waterfront because of the geography and historic patterns of private and industrial ownership. Port property represents the largest contiguous publicly accessible waterfront in the area. Here at the North Esplanade, the existing recreational facility is still a temporary asphalt path along a marine shoreline. The project will replace that temporary facility with a permanent public waterfront trail. The surrounding site must also be raised as part of a redevelopment to address coastal flooding and sea level rise, meaning the existing temporary trail cannot remain in place. At the same time, demand for the waterfront has grown, and trail users have specifically asked for more green space and a more interactive waterfront experience. Those requests were incorporated into the project design. This isn't simply a project priority identified by the port. The need for these public access improvements is identified through the publicly vetted 2024 boating access and public facilities plan. The Millwright Loop Trail is not the port's only public trail via the city's Milltown Trail. Non-motorized users can reach the port's Pigeon Creek Trail, Baywood Nature Trail, and the Riverside Business Park trails. Today, this portion of North Esplanade is temporary asphalt waterfront trail within an already developed shoreline. The project will demolish the existing trail surfaces and regrade the site, raising the elevation from east to west. We will then construct a permanent 20-foot wide recreational waterfront trail using a mix of concrete and manufactured wood surfaces. The project adds new waterfront viewpoints, landscaping, and trail amenities, along with lighting, electrical, water, and for the first time at the site, stormwater infrastructure. All of the work occurs upland. There is no in-water or over-water construction. The result is a permanent, accessible waterfront recreation facility for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other non-motorized trail users. The port is separately constructing other elements of the surrounding redevelopment, including a festival street and public pavilion. However, no RCO funding is requested for those improvements. The design reflects the site's two defining characteristics: a dense, heavily used urban recreational corridor and a marine shoreline environment. The permanent trail expands to 20 feet to accommodate growing use and to provide more room for trail users of all abilities to safely enjoy the trail. Lighting, seating, water fountains, and viewpoints support safe, comfortable, year-round recreational use. The design also responds directly to community feedback asking for more green space and a more natural waterfront experience. Plantings, including native trees, replace portions of what is now a predominantly hardscape environment. Finally, the trail elevation is being raised to respond to marine flooding and sea level rise, allowing the recreational facility being built today to remain resilient over the long term. The total eligible project cost is $8.2 million, with the port requesting just a little over $2.7 million from RCO, or approximately 33% of the project cost. The budget is limited to eligible trail-related improvements. Costs associated with the surrounding festival street, pavilion, and other adjacent developments are not included in the RCO request. The estimate is based on the project design process, projections from PND Engineering, and actual costs the port experienced on comparable trail construction this year. The estimate also includes escalation appropriate for the anticipated construction and procurement window for the project. Public engagement on the North Esplanade is part of the port's ongoing public process for waterfront planning and redevelopment. The port uses a range of methods to reach waterfront users and the broader community, including public meetings and open houses, community presentations, publications, online communications, planning documents, and waterfront user surveys. Port staff regularly travel into surrounding neighborhoods and communities, participating in 25 to 30 neighborhood meetings each year to discuss port operations and projects. Community input has directly influenced the design of North Esplanade. Through the waterfront planning and public outreach, users consistently identified priorities including more green space, improved waterfront access, and additional trail amenities and safe year-round recreational use. The design responds directly to that feedback by expanding landscaping and green space, adding seating and viewpoints, improving accessibility, and replacing the temporary trail with permanent public infrastructure. The project supports continued growth in non-motorized waterfront recreation for users of all abilities. Public use of the waterfront has grown substantially from approximately 800,000 annual visitors in 2018 to 1.8 million in 2025, and this number has grown to 2.1 million over the last 12 months. The North Esplanade itself is port-owned, port-funded, and will be port-maintained. This trail functions as part of a larger system built through coordinated public investment. The port coordinates waterfront access and trail continuity with local jurisdictions and surrounding redevelopment efforts, including the connection to the City of Everett's trail network and the Grand Avenue Park Bridge. Over the past decade, the port has invested over $30 million in trail-related development and public access improvements. This includes $5 million in environmental cleanup of the area that the trail is proposed. North Esplanade builds on those investments by making a temporary portion of the waterfront trail system permanent. North Esplanade reuses an already developed waterfront corridor rather than creating a new recreational footprint. The project replaces temporary infrastructure with durable, long-life improvements designed specifically for a marine shoreline environment. Raising the trail elevation improves long-term resilience to marine flooding and sea level rise. For the first time, this portion of the waterfront will also include stormwater collection. Together, these improvements create a safer, more maintainable year-round recreational corridor while permanently preserving public access to the shoreline. Regarding wildlife habitat, the project redevelops a historically industrial waterfront site within an already disturbed urban shoreline environment on historic fill. Today, the project area is dominated by hardscape and temporary trail infrastructure. The project introduces substantial native trees, landscaping, and softscape elements to create a new urban tree canopy. These improvements will add ecological function to the upland shoreline while keeping all construction within the existing developed footprint. There is no in-water or overwater work as part of this. This continues the transformation of this portion of the waterfront following many years of previous cleanup of historical industrial contamination, restoring both environmental quality and permanent public access. The North Esplanade is part of the Millwright Loop Trail. The Millwright Loop is just over 3.5 miles long and connects at both ends with the city of Everett's Milltown Trail. This project replaces one of the remaining temporary portions of that system with a permanent recreational connection. From here, users can continue onto the city's trail system and other port trail facilities, creating a larger connected network for walking, running, and bicycling. This project makes permanent the continuity of the parts of an urban trail at the port and a trail system in Everett that has some gaps. The trail system doesn't only connect recreational facilities, it connects the Everett community to its waterfront. Historically, the railroad corridor and bluffs have created a physical separation between Everett neighborhoods and the waterfront. The Grand Avenue Park Bridge provides a direct pedestrian and bicycle connection over that barrier, allowing residents to travel from neighborhoods on the bluff directly into the waterfront trail system. Once on the Millwright Loop, users are connected to the North Esplanade, parks, public art, marina amenities, waterfront businesses, and nearly 100 public events held annually. Most of those are free. These connections are particularly important for nearby historically disadvantaged communities, providing non-motorized access to recreation, public open space, and the waterfront. North Esplanade strengthens that connection by making this portion of the waterfront trail permanent, accessible, and usable year-round. Regarding waterfront access and views, the site has unobstructed panoramic views of marina, the Snohomish River and Puget Sound. The location also provides views of the Olympic and Cascade Mountains and Mount Baker, along with regular opportunities to observe marine wildlife. These aren't views that require leaving the trail or traveling to a separate viewpoint. They're part of the recreational experience throughout the project area. On scenic values, the views include Mount Baker, the Cascade Range, Olympic Range, Jetty Island Nature Reserve across the river estuary, the Marine Transition Zone, and like most things on the waterfront, views of sunrises and sunsets. The project leverages existing waterfront infrastructure and previously completed environmental cleanup and shoreline redevelopment investments. Improvements occur within an already developed and disturbed footprint, reducing the need for expansion into new areas. Project scope is limited to trail segments of the broader development. It excludes festival streets and pavilions and associated infrastructure and omits plazas associated with private sector development outside the project area. It maintains efficient use of existing infrastructure, and coordinating trail construction with broader site redevelopment improves long-term construction and infrastructure efficiency. And that is all we have for our presentation for you today, and are welcome to any questions.
Thank you so much, Adam. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Elizabeth.
So back on when you talked about project fit, I don't know what slide that was, but there was one bullet about reducing pedestrian and bicyclist interaction, but there you are. But then I didn't see that in the design, and you didn't address, I didn't see it addressed anywhere else. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure, that was my cue to talk about the width of the trail. There were previously some questions about why we would expand. The space is tight. We tried to grab some photos throughout to show you how close, bicyclists are with. There's always this roving pack of baby strollers out there that I can never get a picture of. And it matches some of the trail on the other side of the body of land from this project that range in 15 to 20 feet wide sections. So it really is just trying to reduce how close everybody's packed on parts of this trail.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for Adam? Okay. Well, thank you again, Adam. We'll be in touch with you soon.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a great day. Okay, now we're on to the final presentation of the day. So we have up next the Port of Port Townsend, and I think we have representatives. Eric is here. So again, we did switch the timeline a little bit, so please click back to the second to last presentation for Port of Port Townsend so you make sure that you're on the right page in PRISM. And thank you, Eric, and your team for your flexibility today. So,
thank you so much. I have a compatriot of mine, Heron Scott, who will be at the helm here, and I'll be speaking. So if you want to hand the controls over to Heron, that would be much appreciated.
Okay, great. I will do that right now. Okay, Heron, you should be able to click on the slide right there in the middle, and you should be able to advance the slides either by using your keyboard arrows.
Yep.
It looks like it's working for you. Just make sure you keep the mouse right there in the middle and know that there's a little bit of a lag as you click through.
Right.
So what I will do is I'll set the timer for 15 minutes, and then you can go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Great. Thank you so much, and good afternoon. I'm Eric Taves, the Deputy Director for the Port of Port Townsend, and with me is my friend and colleague, Heron Scott, the Port's Lease and Contracts Manager. And despite our relatively placid demeanors, we're really excited to present this important project to you. The goal of this project is to construct a new approximately half-mile long segment of the 130-mile long Olympic Discovery Trail, or ODT, and in doing so, to realign this trail segment to bypass the Boathaven Industrial Boatyard. This easternmost segment of the ODT is also known as the Larry Scott Trail, or LST. The project will provide an ADA accessible asphalt surface trail, landscaping, signage, and site improvements from the main entrance to the port's Boathaven facility on State Route 20 to a prime viewpoint overlooking Port Townsend Bay. Port Match is ready, and with your help, we expect to efficiently advance this project. The cost estimate for the project is $1.357 million, with $408,000 in Port Match and $949,000 in requested funding assistance. And that total cost includes engineering, cultural resource review, permitting, and construction. The project area is in Port Townsend, at the northeastern corner of the Olympic Peninsula. The port's Boathaven Industrial Boatyard and Marina lie at the heart of Jefferson County's working waterfront. Presently, Boathaven is milepost 0 for the ODT, which is in the process of being relocated to Rotary Park, immediately adjacent to the Washington State Ferry Terminal, which lies about 1 mile east of the present trailhead. Boathaven is the only location in Jefferson County zoned for heavy industrial uses, and the boatyard is the cornerstone for more than 400 marine-related jobs and 20% of all economic activity in the community. This slide shows the current starting point of the ODT in the heart of the industrial boatyard. This alignment was originally selected for its flat, straight railroad grade, which was deeded by the Port Townsend Paper Company to the city. However, the economic and industrial growth spurred by the construction of the port's heavy haul-out lift pier and the heavy industrial development that has resulted were not anticipated by trail planners in the 1990s. The project seeks to realign this segment of the trail to avoid the boatyard entirely, directing trail users around the perimeter of the industrial area, as shown here. The present alignment is unsafe, both for trail users and workers in the boatyard. This slide shows the current trailhead location, the limited available parking, and the proximity to heavy industrial activity. Currently, vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists must traverse the industrial area to access the trailhead and trail. The safety concern is very real. The view on the left shows a not entirely atypical day in the yard, with 3 boat lifts in motion all at once. Accident risks abound. Cyclists, once having exited the trail, often pedal confidently under 300-ton boat lifts, as shown in the photo on the right. On most days, the boatyard heaves with industrial activity, with boat lifts transporting large vessels of up to 300 tons to work sites in the yard, forklifts moving materials to project sites, and work trucks toing and froing. Dozens of vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians traverse the industrial area each day to access the trailhead and trail. Not only is this situation dangerous, but it's also not a particularly pleasant experience for trail users. In addition to the use conflicts just highlighted, the surface of the yard is unsuitable and unsafe for road bikes. This uneven gravel surface has caused more than a few spills over the years. The current situation presents real difficulties and dangers for workers in the boatyard, especially for those operating heavy equipment. It's a testament to their skill and perhaps great good fortune that no serious accidents have occurred, at least not yet. Here, a cyclist nonchalantly rides on, ignoring signage, heading into the heart of the industrial area. Rerouting the trail to improve both public safety and the visitor experience will also help to implement the port's comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements, which has long identified this project as a priority. The proposed trail realignment will also provide a landscaped, ADA-compliant asphalt surface trail segment that permits people with disabilities to access stunning views of saltwater, mountains, islands, and wildlife viewing areas, while providing improved links to parking and the city's network of non-motorized improvements. The project design is in an early stage. The initial conceptual design is complete, but considerable work remains. Notably, the final design will largely be shaped by the engineering design standards adopted by the City of Port Townsend, together with the standards followed elsewhere on the ODT. With funding, we intend to proceed with engineering and permitting. We plan to bid the project in the spring of 2028, with construction anticipated in late summer to early fall of that same year. The design will meet recreational trail users' needs for the future. It will replace and realign the existing trail section with a durable, low-maintenance facility that minimizes environmental impacts, provides enhanced accessibility for all, and improves the aesthetic experience for visitors. The preliminary project cost estimate was developed by our Director of Capital Projects and Port Engineer, Dave Nakagawara, and it's informed by very recent site-specific permitting and capital project bid experience here at Boathaven. Project pricing and the bid environment are changing rapidly. Our estimate has been forward adjusted for inflation, anticipating a bid award in the spring of 2028. The project is a direct byproduct of substantial public outreach and involvement over more than a decade now, ranging from intergovernmental meetings, a Boathaven stakeholder committee, community meetings, and direct citizen engagement. The effort has involved residents, trail users, the marine trades, and nonprofits like the Peninsula Trails Coalition, all of whom cherish this facility and want it to be improved for future generations. We have also engaged with local agency partners and, importantly, tribal authorities. Community input has directly shaped the project design. Feedback from citizens resulted in both the preservation of an anthropogenic wetland on the site, as well as the proposed trail route skirting that wetland. At the same time, stakeholder input has confirmed the critical necessity of this project both to mitigate use conflicts and also to facilitate future expansion of the boatyard. This project is strongly supported throughout Jefferson County by private and public sector organizations alike, including the Peninsula Trails Coalition and the broader public, as is evidenced by the letters of support included in our application. Importantly, this realigned trail segment will continue to be managed and maintained under an interlocal agreement, or ILA, involving the Port, Jefferson County, and the City of Port Townsend. The project will be designed to minimize ecological and wetland impacts while incorporating native plantings and landscaping. Significantly, the project sets the stage for a future estuarine wetland habitat enhancement project, say that 3 times fast, and wildlife viewing loop trail project as well. Both of these projects are being advanced independently by the port. The project supports outdoor recreation opportunities for all, serves an underserved population in an economically distressed area of our state, and promotes opportunities for physical activity, social and cultural connections, and education. The trail segment will be durable in design and materials, maximizing the lifespan of improvements and reducing long-term maintenance costs. The project will create a multi-use utility corridor, advance the efficient provision of public services, facilitate future expansion of the boatyard, support employment growth, and improve community transportation connections. All of this will be accomplished while following an easy gradient along the base of the bluff to the water's edge. Port Townsend's waterfront has been highly modified over the last century and a half, and typically not for the benefit of wildlife or habitat. The 1911 view at the top of this slide shows the old Milwaukee Road Railway, which was later to become the alignment and bed for the ODT. The 2025 view at the bottom of this slide shows the same area more than a century later, looking in the opposite direction. Nature has made a good start in repairing the damage that was done a century ago, and a high-value Category 2 wetland has now emerged in this area. While nature has made a good start, this trail realignment project will provide a helping hand and enhance wildlife habitat in 2 key ways. First, all disturbed areas will be replanted to attract birds and pollinators, and all landscape plantings will be native varieties that enhance habitat functions and values. And second, the trail realignment will allow the port to proceed with a subsequent project that will open the nearshore wetland shown on this and the prior slide to Port Townsend Bay, thereby creating a high-value estuarine habitat. This will markedly improve habitat conditions, especially for migratory fish species. The project will make possible improved connections to bike lanes along SR 20 and Sims Way, as well as existing and programmed sidewalk improvements east along Sims Way on the north side of the boatyard. It will also encourage use of the Haynes Place Park and Ride facility, which lies just off-site to the north of Boathaven. This is a convenient starting point that affords ample parking, 350 spaces, for trail users wishing to explore either the ODT or the adjacent Katai Nature Park. The project is also key to implementing a broader vision that will ultimately see milepost zero for the ODT, moving from the boatyard to Rotary Park at the Washington State Ferry Terminal, about 1 mile east of Boathaven. The project will maintain and enhance the eastern portal to the ODT, providing a far safer and more pleasant start to this 7.3-mile Section 1 of the trail. Once upon a time, my family actually had a dairy farm overlooking both Boathaven and Port Townsend Bay. And so I've known this place from childhood. And at times, I think I've become desensitized to its loveliness. However, a brief excursion away from this special place instantly reminds me of how extraordinarily beautiful it is. Views of saltwater, islands, and glacier-clad mountains abound. And the views shown on this slide are very near the southwestern end of the proposed new trail segment. This slide requires little elaboration. Boathaven lies just around the base of the bluff in the distance in this photo. The proposed new trail segment will facilitate easy and safe access to these stunning views, and the ADA-compliant asphalt surfacing will ensure that these experiences will be available to all. A port, city, county ILA has governed the portion of the ODT on port property since 1996. This agreement has efficiently and fairly allocated the costs of building and maintaining the current trail segment for 3 decades. If funded, that same agreement would be modified to reflect the new alignment and would continue to divide the long-term O&M costs between the parties, providing a real-world example of efficient delivery of facilities and services to the public. We very much thank you for your time and attention this afternoon, and we really look forward to working with you on this important project. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Heron. Any questions? Yes, Josh.
Thanks, Eric. I was curious, looks like you have 8,000 budgeted for habitat improvements. What does that entail? Just the plants themselves, or can you elaborate on that?
Sure. I think that entails enhancement in the wetland buffer of the wetland that is depicted. I forget which slide it's on there, the one that shows kind of the boatyard expansion area, the estuarine habitat area, and the trail alignment. That principally involves planting within the buffer area to enhance functions and values. I should say that there is a corollary project that is proceeding not in tandem, but just before this project, which is a stormwater project conducted in concert with the city of Port Townsend. And it's that project that will kind of establish a portion of the trail alignment and the foundation for the future trail itself. And that project, because it precedes this one, will entail a significant amount of wetland mitigation as well.
Thank you. Any other questions for Eric? Okay. Don't see any more questions popping up here. So thank you so much to both of you for being here today and presenting this project. Your grant manager, Butch, will be in touch in coming weeks as we have more information about the ranked list and more about next steps for our applicants.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so that brings us to the end of day 2 for the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program Trails category evaluation. We are going to close out today. We are going to stop the recording and the live stream and just end with a few announcements to the reviewer groups. So thank you everyone for listening in, and have a great day.